The Undiscovered Self by Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Jung's The Undiscovered Self is a profound exploration of the hidden forces that shape human behavior, identity, and society. In this audiobook, Jung's ideas unfold through the tension between the individual and the mass, revealing how ideology, political power, collective belief, and social conformity gain their influence through psychological forces already present within us. At the center lies a disturbing question: how can modern humanity control the extraordinary power it has created while remaining largely unconscious of itself? This journey explores the unconscious, the shadow, projection, instinct, religious experience, individual responsibility, and the psychological roots of collective conflict. Jung ultimately turns the problem of civilization inward, arguing that genuine resistance to mass-mindedness begins with self-knowledge and the recognition of our own capacity for contradiction. The undiscovered self becomes not simply a study of psychology, but a warning about the modern world and an invitation to discover the individual hidden beneath collective identity. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. There is a peculiar contradiction at the center of life. Human beings have never possessed more knowledge about the world, and they have rarely seemed less certain about the forces moving within themselves. They can measure distant galaxies, reorganize economies, construct political systems, and place destructive power into the hands of a few individuals. Yet the person behind these achievements remains partly unknown to himself. Carl Jung begins the undiscovered self inside this contradiction, because the danger of modern civilization does not arise only from what humanity has created. It arises from the creature doing the creating. The 20th century had already shown what happens when millions of individuals surrender psychological responsibility to collective systems. The state grows larger in imagination. Political doctrines acquire the emotional force of religions. Statistics replace the singular person with an average human being who exists nowhere in reality. Under pressure from the mass, the individual can begin to experience himself as insignificant, while the abstraction called society appears increasingly substantial. The reversal is strange. Institutions created by human beings begin to seem more real than the human beings who created them. Jung sees something dangerous in this transformation because the individual is not merely a unit inside history. He is the place where history becomes psychologically possible. Every ideology must enter a mind before it becomes conviction. Every order must be accepted, resisted, feared, or obeyed by someone. Every collective hatred depends upon private emotions capable of carrying it. The mass possesses no psyche separate from the people composing it. What appears enormous is therefore built from countless inward events that remain invisible. This is where the problem turns inward. The individual who wishes to resist collective possession cannot rely upon intelligence alone. He may understand propaganda and still be seduced by it. He may defend freedom while secretly craving the certainty of submission. He may condemn aggression in another group while remaining unable to recognize aggression in himself. Consciousness prefers a coherent portrait, but the psyche contains contradictions that do not disappear because the ego refuses them. What remains unseen acquires another route into the world. For Jung, self-knowledge, therefore, becomes more than introspection. It is a confrontation with the limits of conscious identity. Beneath the personality lies an unconscious containing instinct, inherited patterns, rejected qualities, images, and emotional forces capable of contradicting everything the individual believes himself to be. This hidden territory can become the source of creativity and religious experience, but it also contains the shadow, the possibility that evil is not located beyond the boundaries of the self. That recognition changes the political landscape. If destructive possibility belongs to human nature, then no nation, religion, class, or ideology can assign it to an enemy. The border separating good from evil can no longer be drawn across a map. It passes through the individual. Projection hides this fact by making the darkness within appear outside. The opponent becomes monstrous, the group becomes innocent, and conflict acquires the simplicity required for escalation. Each side sees the shadow approaching from the other direction. The discovery is uncomfortable because it removes innocence without removing responsibility. Jung does not ask the individual to excuse evil, abandon judgment, or retreat from collective life. He asks something harder. The person must know enough about his own psychological possibilities to recognize when fear has become certainty, when conviction has become possession, and when an enemy has begun carrying more than the facts can support. Only then can judgment belong to the individual rather than to the forces acting through him. The undiscovered self is therefore not a search for an ideal personality waiting beneath society. It is an inquiry into whether modern man can become conscious enough to survive the power he has acquired. The path moves through mass psychology, religion, instinct, projection, shadow, moral responsibility, and relationship. The scale contracts from civilization to one person, and that contraction reveals the central paradox. The individual appears powerless beside the systems surrounding him. Yet those systems can become human only through individuals. The question Jung leaves before modern consciousness in the modern world is severe. If man remains undiscovered to himself, what exactly has inherited all this power? The divided individual behind the mass. The question Jung places before modern man becomes more difficult once the individual is understood not as a stable unit threatened by society, but as a divided psychological reality already carrying the conditions that make collective possession possible. The state can overwhelm him because something within him longs for certainty. Ideology can absorb him because contradiction is exhausting. The mass can make him feel powerful because his private existence often feels small. What looks like pressure from outside therefore succeeds through an interior landscape that consciousness only partly knows. The undiscovered self is not waiting beyond the political problem. It is already inside it. This explains why Jung begins with the weakness of the individual before organized power. Modern institutions operate through scale. They count populations, classify behavior, identify tendencies, and transform singular lives into statistical patterns. Such knowledge is indispensable for governing complex societies, but it produces a subtle distortion when the average is mistaken for the person. The statistical individual is useful precisely because his irregularities have been removed. The living individual exists through those irregularities. He becomes psychologically real where he deviates from the abstraction designed to represent him. The distinction matters because self-knowledge cannot be obtained statistically. A person may know everything his culture says about human beings and still know remarkably little about the motives governing his own reactions. General knowledge describes patterns, while psychological knowledge confronts exceptions, contradictions, memories, fantasies, instincts, and emotional responses that belong to one life. Jung therefore treats genuine knowledge of the self as a counterforce to mass-mindedness. The person who knows only what he shares with everyone else possesses little ground from which to resist what everyone else believes. Yet resistance cannot be created through conscious conviction alone. This is where Jung's argument leaves ordinary individualism behind. The ego may declare itself independent while remaining governed by needs it does not recognize. It can reject one collective identity and immediately seek another. It can pride itself on skepticism while accepting assumptions that flatter its preferred image. Independence becomes another persona if the person behind it remains unexplored. The individual must therefore encounter the unconscious, not because inwardness is inherently superior to social life, but because conscious intention is too narrow to explain the forces shaping human behavior. The unconscious introduces an authority that the ego did not elect. Dreams, fantasies, impulses, emotional excesses, and unexpected reactions reveal psychological activity that cannot simply be commanded into silence. Jung does not equate this hidden field with divine reality, yet he refuses to reduce it to meaningless residue. It is the medium through which experiences of numinosity, instinct, symbolic meaning, and inner opposition can appear. Consciousness discovers that it is not alone in its own house, and that discovery changes the meaning of responsibility. Religion becomes important at precisely this point. Jung distinguishes living religious experience from collective creed because the two can produce opposite psychological effects. A creed can become another external authority, another system whose truths are accepted because a community guarantees them. Religious experience, by contrast, can confront the individual with a source of meaning that relativizes worldly power. The state ceases to be ultimate when the person experiences responsibility before something that cannot be reduced to political necessity or social approval. This distinction also explains why secular ideologies can become religious in everything but name. Human beings do not lose the need for symbolic certainty merely because traditional belief weakens. The emotional structure can migrate. Political leaders acquire exceptional significance. Historical programs become promises of redemption. Sacrifices justified by a perfected future. Enemies become embodiments of obstruction and evil. Ritual, belonging, martyrdom, and faith return through political forms, while a culture convinced of its rationality fails to recognize the ancient psychological drama beneath modern language. The danger intensifies because inherited religious symbols themselves may lose their psychological vitality. When they survive only as literal propositions or collective conventions, they no longer provide the inward counterweight Jung requires. Modern consciousness has been transformed by science, historical criticism, and technological power. It cannot simply return to an earlier picture of the universe by decision. If old symbols are defended only as factual descriptions, they enter a contest with empirical knowledge and gradually become unbelievable. If they are discarded entirely, the psychic realities they once expressed remain without a conscious language. Modern man is therefore caught between forms of collective certainty and an inner world he has learned to distrust. He looks outward for explanations because outward knowledge has produced spectacular results. He can manipulate matter, reorganize environments, and extend human action across distances that earlier generations could barely imagine. Success reinforces the assumption that conscious reason is the proper ruler of reality. Yet the greater his external power becomes, the more dangerous his ignorance of the psyche that directs that power becomes. This imbalance is the foundation upon which the rest of Jung's argument stands. The individual cannot defend freedom merely by possessing rights, because a psychologically dependent person can surrender rights voluntarily. He cannot rely upon morality alone, because conscious ideals can coexist with unconscious aggression. He cannot rely upon religion when belief has become convention, or upon reason when reason knows nothing about the emotional forces capable of overruling it. Every apparent safeguard returns him to the same unresolved problem. He must discover what kind of being is asking to be safeguarded. That discovery will not confirm the flattering image with which modern consciousness began. It will expose division, instinct, projection, dependence, and the shadow. But it will also reveal why the individual matters. He is the point where collective forces become personal decisions, where inherited patterns become present behavior, and where unconscious contents can either remain invisible or enter responsibility. Before Jung can ask how society might resist catastrophe, he must therefore ask whether the person inside society can become psychologically real enough to resist himself. Without that encounter, freedom remains an arrangement entrusted to a consciousness that does not yet understand its loyalties. The individual inside the machine. The first consequence of Jung's argument is a reversal of scale. Modern consciousness instinctively looks toward governments, institutions, movements, and technologies when it tries to explain historical danger. Jung looks beneath them. None of these structures possesses a psyche of its own. Their power must pass through individual human beings, through fear, ambition, obedience, resentment, hope, and the longing to belong. The mass appears to stand above the person, yet psychologically it is assembled inside persons before it becomes visible in history. This is why statistical thinking becomes more than a scientific problem. Once the average person replaces the concrete individual, difference begins to look like error. The singular life is measured against a model constructed from many lives, then judged according to how closely it resembles the abstraction. Political systems find this useful because populations become easier to administer when persons can be translated into categories. But psychological reality moves in the opposite direction. The closer one approaches an actual individual, the less completely general rules explain him. The conflict becomes sharper when the individual seeks protection from uncertainty. Collective identity offers an immediate answer to questions that self-knowledge makes difficult. It tells him who he is, what matters, where danger lies, and which future deserves sacrifice. In exchange, he gives the group part of the burden of judgment. The arrangement can feel like strength because private doubt is replaced by shared conviction. Yet the strength is borrowed. Remove the collective confirmation, and the unresolved individual reappears beneath it. Jung therefore refuses to treat freedom as a purely political possession. Institutions can protect a person from coercion, but they cannot prevent him from surrendering inwardly. Someone may live inside a democracy, while allowing public opinion to determine his values, enemies, and sense of reality. Another may belong to a religious tradition, while depending entirely upon institutional authority for conviction. The external forms differ, but the psychological structure remains similar whenever certainty arrives from the group before it has been tested within the individual. Religion becomes decisive because it can either reinforce this dependence or interrupt it. A creed inherited from the collective may function like any other shared ideology. A genuine religious experience does something stranger. It introduces another center of authority, one that cannot be reduced to the state or public approval. The individual discovers that worldly power is not absolute because his responsibility is measured against something beyond collective convenience. This inward counterweight gives religious experience its political importance in Jung's analysis. But modern secular culture does not simply eliminate the energies once carried by religion. It redirects them. Political movements can acquire sacred intensity because the need for meaning survives the decline of traditional belief. Leaders become larger than ordinary persons. Historical programs promise deliverance. Public rituals create belonging. Enemies become obstacles to redemption. The future acquires a perfection capable of justifying suffering in the present. What fascinates Jung is not the superficial resemblance to religion, but the persistence of the psychological structure beneath changing symbols. The individual standing inside such a movement may believe that he has escaped myth because his convictions speak the language of economics, science, nation, or progress. Yet emotional intensity reveals another layer. Ideas become unquestionable. Opposition becomes contamination. Sacrifice becomes proof of loyalty. At that point, reason has not disappeared, but it has been recruited by forces it no longer recognizes as psychological. The mass, therefore, does not conquer the individual only from outside. It enters through needs already waiting within him. Before collective power can be resisted, those needs must become visible. Jung's investigation must move deeper, from the institutions that organize people toward the hidden divisions that make organization, psychologically irresistible. This changes the meaning of the undiscovered self. What remains unknown includes conditions through which authority becomes attractive and projection convincing. The political question is becoming an inner one. If consciousness cannot recognize what it seeks from the mass will keep answering before individual understands what he has asked of it. The shadow behind the civilized face. The deeper Jung moves into the individual, the less reassuring individuality becomes. Beneath conscious identity, he finds no pure private essence waiting to be liberated from society. He finds a psyche divided against itself. Instincts, desires, inherited patterns, moral ideals, fears, and social adaptations coexist without forming a natural harmony. Consciousness selects one position and calls it the self, while everything incompatible with that position is pushed toward obscurity. The person who wants independence from collective power therefore discovers another problem. He is not entirely master of the person who seeks independence. This division gives the unconscious its unsettling importance. Human beings can explain their motives with intelligence and sincerity, while remaining unaware of forces contradicting those explanations. An emotion becomes stronger than the situation requires. A judgment acquires unusual certainty. A disliked quality appears everywhere in another person, while remaining invisible at home. Such moments reveal that consciousness does not merely observe psychological reality. It edits that reality in order to preserve a coherent image of itself. Jung calls attention to the shadow because this rejected territory contains precisely what moral identity has difficulty accepting. Aggression, envy, selfishness, cowardice, resentment, the desire for power, and the capacity for cruelty do not belong only to criminals or ideological enemies. They belong to the range of human possibility. Civilization can restrain them, education can transform them, and conscience can oppose them, but none of these achievements removes them from the psychological inheritance of the species. History makes this recognition impossible to treat as speculation. Modern atrocities were committed not by another species, but by human beings living inside cultures that considered themselves civilized. Earlier centuries had already displayed religious persecution, warfare, conquest, and organized brutality. The 20th century changed the instruments and scale more dramatically than it changed the underlying creature. The disturbing conclusion is that technical progress can advance while moral self-knowledge remains dangerously primitive. This is where projection acquires historical force. What consciousness refuses to recognize within itself becomes easier to perceive outside. The enemy begins carrying qualities the observer cannot reconcile with his own identity. Because the external opponent may genuinely possess some of those qualities, projection becomes difficult to separate from fact. The distortion lies in completeness. Evil appears entirely over there. Innocence appears entirely here. The border between political systems quietly becomes a border drawn through the psyche. Once that division is established, conflict begins to feed itself. Each side interprets its own aggression as defense, and the other's defense as aggression. Secrecy answers secrecy. Weapons answer weapons. Propaganda answers propaganda. The adversaries increasingly resemble one another while experiencing resemblance only as evidence of the other's corruption. What was rejected internally returns through imitation externally. The shadow does not merely create an enemy. It helps shape the person who fights him. The same pattern appears in private life with smaller consequences, but equal psychological clarity. A person fascinated by another's arrogance may be defending against his own hunger for superiority. Someone obsessed with another's weakness may fear dependence within himself. The point is not that every criticism is projection. Jung's demand is more exact. The intensity of the reaction must become evidence worth examining, because conscious judgment is never guaranteed to know the whole source of its certainty. Self-knowledge, therefore, becomes morally severe. It removes the privilege of measuring character only by intention. The individual must consider effects, repetitions, disproportionate emotions, fantasies, and the qualities he most urgently assigns to others. He begins to understand that goodness cannot consist in having no shadow. It consists partly in knowing that the shadow exists and refusing to let ignorance turn it into destiny. This recognition does not weaken responsibility. It creates its psychological foundation. The person who admits destructive possibility can watch for its arrival before it acquires a noble justification. The person convinced of his innocence encounters darkness only after it has already found an enemy, a cause, and a language through which to act. This is the threshold Jung now crosses. The responsibility of the imperfect self. The encounter with the shadow changes the meaning of psychological strength. Until this point, the individual could imagine that independence required a firmer conscious identity, stronger convictions, and greater resistance to collective pressure. Jung now reveals the limitation of that solution. A rigid ego can resist one form of influence while becoming possessed by another. The personality becomes stronger only when consciousness can endure contradiction without immediately exporting it into the world. This is where self-knowledge begins to resemble an ethical discipline rather than an intellectual achievement. Knowing that an unconscious exists changes little. The decisive movement occurs when the individual recognizes its effects in his own reactions. He must notice where certainty exceeds evidence, where hatred simplifies another person, where moral conviction protects self-importance, and where the desire to correct the world conceals an unwillingness to examine himself. The unconscious becomes real when it interferes with the story consciousness tells about its own innocence. For Jung, this confrontation has a religious dimension, though not because psychology can identify the unconscious with God. The psyche can only observe the medium through which experiences of numinous authority emerge. Such experiences matter because they challenge the sovereignty of the ego. Something happens that consciousness did not manufacture, and the individual discovers a scale of meaning that cannot be reduced to social approval or personal preference. The experience becomes psychologically authoritative precisely because it arrives rather than being invented. This inward authority also exposes the weakness of collective belief. A creed can tell the individual what he should believe, just as an ideology can tell him what history requires. Neither guarantees transformation. Words remain external until experience gives them psychic weight. Modern civilization has become exceptionally vulnerable to this confusion because it possesses immense faith in language, slogans, formulas, statistics, and explanations. The name begins replacing the thing, while the individual mistakes conceptual agreement for psychological change. The same mistake appears in moral life. Telling a person to be good does not remove the impulses that contradict goodness. Declaring solidarity does not create relationship. Condemning aggression does not abolish aggression. Jung repeatedly returns to this gap between conscious intention and psychic reality because the future increasingly depends upon it. Humanity has developed technologies capable of translating a moment of psychological imbalance into consequences for millions. External power has expanded faster than knowledge of the person exercising it. The nuclear age gives this imbalance its most frightening form. Rational calculation can demonstrate the catastrophe of mutual destruction, yet reason does not operate alone. Fear, projection, prestige, rivalry, and the need to preserve collective identity enter the same decision. Each side can know intellectually that escalation is dangerous while experiencing its own escalation as necessary. The unconscious contradiction becomes geopolitical strategy. Jung therefore refuses easy optimism about education or intelligence. A brilliant person can remain divided. Scientific achievement can coexist with moral blindness. Indeed, Greater intelligence may provide more sophisticated explanations for impulses that consciousness does not wish to recognize. Knowledge becomes protective only when it includes knowledge of the knower. That requirement changes the meaning of responsibility once again. The individual is not responsible for having inherited every destructive possibility of human nature, but he becomes responsible for the relationship he develops with those possibilities. He cannot choose the existence of the shadow. He can become less willing to let another person carry it for him. And here the argument begins its unexpected turn toward relationship. Recognition of imperfection does not isolate the individual inside endless self-examination. It breaks the fantasy of self-sufficiency. The person who knows his limits discovers dependence, and dependence makes another human being psychologically necessary. The shadow that seemed to threaten civilization now reveals the condition through which genuine community might become possible. The smallest unit of civilization. The movement from shadow to relationship changes the scale of Jung's argument once again. Modern civilization appears to be organized through enormous structures, governments, economies, churches, parties, armies, and systems of communication. Yet none of these abstractions can produce the psychological substance that allows people to remain human to one another. They can coordinate behavior and distribute responsibilities. They can demand loyalty and proclaim solidarity. What they cannot manufacture is the bond between two individuals who have encountered enough of their own imperfection to stop requiring innocence from themselves and symbolic guilt from someone else. This distinction becomes crucial in mass society. The collective gains psychological power when individuals become isolated, because isolation creates a hunger for belonging that large systems can satisfy with extraordinary efficiency. A political identity, religious community, national myth, or ideological cause can offer the individual a ready-made place inside a meaningful whole. The price appears small until belonging begins replacing relationship. The person becomes valuable as a member of a category, and other people become legible through the categories assigned to them. Human complexity contracts into symbolic roles. Jung sees genuine relationship moving in the opposite direction. Proximity makes abstraction difficult. Another person refuses to remain merely an enemy, ally, believer, outsider, worker, citizen, or representative of an idea. His contradictions interrupt the image placed upon him. His weaknesses activate irritation and sympathy. His difference exposes assumptions that seemed objective from a distance. Relationship, therefore, becomes psychologically demanding because the other person repeatedly returns the observer to himself. This is where the shadow acquires an unexpected social function. Recognition of personal darkness makes perfection impossible, but that loss is not purely negative. The individual who knows himself as incomplete also discovers dependence. He needs patience because he will fail. He needs forgiveness because his intentions and effects will sometimes diverge. He needs correction because consciousness cannot see everything governing it. Imperfection creates the opening through which another human being becomes necessary. The religious command to love one's neighbor gains psychological gravity here. Love cannot mean affection for an abstract humanity, because abstract humanity never confronts anyone with its inconvenient reality. The neighbor does. The neighbor disappoints, contradicts, provokes, and exposes projection. To remain in relationship requires the individual to distinguish gradually between what belongs to the person before him and what has been supplied by his own unconscious expectations. Love becomes less sentimental and more difficult. It becomes an encounter with reality. The political significance of this small encounter is easy to underestimate. Mass systems operate through simplification. Propaganda requires recognizable figures. Ideological conflict requires stable enemies. Collective identity requires boundaries strong enough to separate those who belong from those who do not. Personal relationship complicates every one of these operations because a known individual exceeds the symbol meant to contain him. The category may remain useful, but it can no longer claim the whole person. Modern communication makes the problem more intense. Images, slogans, fears, and collective judgments can circulate faster than direct experience can correct them. The individual can participate emotionally in conflicts involving millions of strangers, each already transformed into representatives of competing meanings. Visibility expands while intimacy does not. Humanity becomes increasingly present as image and increasingly absent as encounter. Jung's counterweight is therefore almost provocatively modest. Civilization cannot be rescued by another abstraction if abstraction itself has helped conceal the individual. Its psychological foundation must be rebuilt wherever one person encounters another, without demanding that the other carry everything rejected within himself. Self-knowledge becomes cultural action at this point. Projection weakens, symbolic enemies become more human, and responsibility returns from the mass to the person. This does not abolish conflict, and Jung never suggests that intimacy dissolves differences. It changes the form in which difference is carried. Disagreement no longer requires symbolic opposition, because the individual has learned that contradiction can exist without annihilation. The capacity that allows him to hold opposing tendencies within himself allows society to contain difference without converting it into a struggle between innocence and absolute guilt. The smallest unit of civilization is not insignificant after all. It is where the collective either acquires another unconscious participant or meets an individual capable of relationship. The discovery that changes the world. Jung's argument finally returns to the individual, but the individual who emerges at the end is very different from the one who entered. He began as someone threatened by forces larger than himself, the state, the mass, ideology, technology, and history. He appeared almost defenseless beside institutions capable of organizing millions. Yet the investigation has revealed that those structures derive their psychological power from human beings who carry them. The mass becomes powerful wherever individuals surrender judgment, export contradiction, and seek collective certainty to escape the difficulty of knowing themselves. Self-knowledge interrupts this movement because it makes innocence harder to maintain. The individual discovers that the boundary between civilization and barbarism does not simply separate societies or historical periods. It passes through his own psychological constitution. Aggression, projection, fear, resentment, and the desire for power remain human possibilities even when conscious morality rejects them. The shadow cannot be eliminated by declaring allegiance to goodness. It can only become less autonomous when consciousness accepts responsibility for its existence. This discovery changes the enemy. Another person may still be dangerous, another political system may still require opposition, and evil remains something that must be judged. But the opponent can no longer serve as the exclusive container for everything consciousness refuses to recognize at home. The withdrawal of projection does not destroy moral distinctions. It makes them more exact by forcing the observer to include himself within the human nature he is judging. The same recognition changes relationship. Once perfection is abandoned, dependence becomes visible. Human beings need one another not because they are complete, but because they are not. The individual who recognizes his limitations becomes capable of meeting another imperfect person without demanding that the encounter preserve an idealized image of himself. Relationship gains substance where projection loses authority. This is the quiet reversal at the center of the undiscovered self. The modern world searches for security through scale, stronger institutions, larger systems, more knowledge, greater organization, and increasingly powerful technologies. Jung finds the essential counterweight somewhere almost embarrassingly small. One individual becomes conscious enough to recognize what moves within him. Then he meets another person without turning that person into a symbol. Nothing about this solution is spectacular. It cannot be mass-produced. It offers no final protection against evil and no perfected society beyond conflict. Its strength lies precisely in refusing those fantasies. Civilization remains dependent upon psychologically imperfect beings whose external power has grown beyond anything their ancestors could imagine. The undiscovered self is therefore not an escape from history. It is the hidden place where history begins. Until the individual confronts what he carries into the collective, every attempt to transform the world risks reproducing the division it claims to overcome. The final question is no longer whether humanity possesses enough power to determine its future. It is whether the human being who possesses that power knows who he is. The individual against the Massachusetts. There are moments when a civilization begins to imagine its own destruction. They tend to arrive when the structures that once promised continuity no longer seem capable of containing the forces they have created. Political systems harden. Economic pressures intensify. Technology acquires powers that exceed the moral imagination of those who control it. The future stops appearing as an extension of the present and becomes something darker, a territory filled with catastrophe. Carl Jung was writing inside such a moment. The world had survived 2 wars, watched entire populations surrender themselves to political mythologies, and entered an age in which human beings possessed the technical ability to erase cities in minutes. Yet the danger that concerned him most was not the bomb. It was the kind of human being capable of building it, obeying the order to use it, or disappearing into the collective machinery that made such an order possible. Modern society likes to imagine that reason protects it from barbarism. Jung found this confidence difficult to share. Reason works remarkably well, while emotional pressure remains within tolerable limits. But groups change when fear, resentment, humiliation, or hope become intense enough. The individual who might hesitate alone can become certain inside a crowd. Complexity collapses into slogans. Doubt begins to resemble betrayal. Fantasies acquire the force of facts because thousands of other people appear to believe them. What emerges is not simply political enthusiasm. It is a psychological environment in which people become capable of thinking, desiring, and eventually doing things that would have seemed impossible to them in isolation. This is where Jung locates a disturbing weakness in modern civilization. The person most vulnerable to collective possession is not necessarily ignorant or obviously unstable. He may be educated, respectable, functional, and completely convinced of his independence. His vulnerability begins somewhere less visible. He does not know himself nearly as well as he believes he does. Most people identify themselves with the small territory illuminated by consciousness. They know their opinions, memories, intentions, preferences, and the story they tell about who they are. Because this story feels intimate, it feels complete. Yet beneath it lies an enormous psychological territory that does not require permission from the conscious personality. Resentments accumulate there. Desires contradict declared principles. Fears alter perception before reason has time to intervene. The individual can therefore become the instrument of forces he does not recognize while remaining convinced that every judgment originates freely within himself. This is what makes collective influence so powerful. It does not always need to conquer the conscious mind. It can speak directly to what consciousness has never examined. Modern institutions create another difficulty. They understand populations through abstraction. Governments count citizens. Economies classify consumers. Sciences organize human behavior into patterns, probabilities, averages, and measurable tendencies. These methods are indispensable when dealing with millions of people. But something peculiar happens when the statistical picture begins to replace the human reality it was designed to describe. The average becomes more visible than the exception. The category becomes more authoritative than the person. Eventually, the individual appears almost accidental. For Jung, this reversal carries enormous psychological consequences. A human being is precisely what the average cannot contain. The concrete person exists through irregularity, contradiction, singular experience, and qualities that disappear when millions of lives are compressed into a statistical model. Science can describe humanity with extraordinary precision while remaining unable to exhaust the meaning of one particular human life. The distinction seems subtle at first. Politically, it becomes explosive. Once people learn to experience themselves primarily as units within larger systems, responsibility begins to migrate outward. Institutions decide what matters. Organizations define acceptable judgment. The state increasingly appears not as an abstraction created by individuals, but as an independent reality possessing needs, purposes, and authority of its own. The individual becomes smaller as the collective becomes psychologically larger. Eventually, he may surrender the very thing that made him an individual in the first place, the burden of deciding what his life means and what he is personally responsible for. And here the argument becomes unsettling. The threat facing modern society does not begin only with dictators, weapons, or ideologies. Those are visible expressions of something that has already happened beneath them. The deeper crisis begins when the individual becomes psychologically insignificant to himself. Once that happens, the mass no longer needs to destroy him. It can simply absorb him. The invisible epidemic of the modern mind. Modern society does not become dangerous only when its institutions fail. It also becomes dangerous when individuals lose the capacity to judge themselves independently of those institutions. Jung's argument begins with this deeper problem. The political crises surrounding him, the Cold War, ideological extremism, nuclear threat, mass organizations, are not treated merely as external events. They are understood as expressions of a psychological condition already present within the people who participate in them. A society may possess laws, education, and technical sophistication while still remaining vulnerable to collective irrationality, because the decisive question is not how advanced its institutions appear, but how much inward stability exists in the individuals who compose them. That stability is more fragile than modern consciousness likes to admit. Reason works only under certain emotional conditions. When fear, humiliation, resentment, or collective excitement pass a critical threshold, thought begins to change its character. Arguments lose force. Simplified explanations become attractive. Slogans offer relief from ambiguity. The group begins to supply certainty where the individual once had to struggle with doubt. Jung describes this transformation as a kind of psychic epidemic because the condition spreads through emotional contagion. One person's certainty strengthens another person's certainty. Shared resentment becomes self-confirming. The collective atmosphere begins to think on behalf of those inside it. The disturbing point is that this process does not require obvious madness. It can occur among people who appear educated and socially adjusted. Jung is interested in the gap between outward normality and inward awareness. A person may function well and still remain unconscious of the forces shaping his judgments. This is why mass influence can operate so effectively. It does not need to persuade a fully self-aware individual. It only needs to activate what that individual has never recognized in himself. Here the problem of self-knowledge enters the argument. Most people assume they know themselves because they are familiar with their conscious personality. They know their preferences, opinions, habits, memories, and the story they tell about who they are. Yet Jung insists that this familiarity is incomplete. The ego knows only the contents available to consciousness. It does not automatically know the unconscious material that influences mood, interpretation, attraction, fear, hostility, or desire. A person can therefore experience a reaction as entirely his own while remaining unaware of the deeper psychological source from which it emerged. This limitation has social consequences. Individuals often define themselves through the standards of their environment. They compare their character with what their family, class, profession, nation, or social circle considers normal. This produces a relative form of self-knowledge, but not necessarily a real one. The person may know how he differs from others while remaining blind to what he has excluded from his own self-image. Entire groups can participate in the same illusion. A family may insist that certain impulses do not exist among its members. A nation may imagine itself immune to forms of aggression it easily recognizes elsewhere. The unconscious remains active precisely where conscious identity becomes too certain of its innocence. Jung therefore treats self-knowledge as something more difficult than introspection. It requires contact with facts that resist the flattering image the ego prefers. The obstacle is not simply lack of information. It is the tendency of consciousness to protect its established identity. This defensive structure becomes dangerous in mass conditions, because whatever the individual refuses to recognize internally can be supplied with an external object. Anxiety becomes attached to an enemy. Resentment finds a group to blame. Aggression becomes morally acceptable once it is projected onto those who are said to deserve it. At this point, Jung introduces another problem, the authority of statistical knowledge. Modern civilization understands populations through averages, categories, probabilities, and recurring patterns. These methods are indispensable. They make science, administration, education, and medicine possible on a large scale. Yet they also create a conceptual image of the human being that can replace the living individual. The average person becomes more visible than the actual person. What can be measured gains authority over what is singular. Jung's example is simple. If thousands of stones are weighed, and the average weight is calculated, the result may be mathematically correct even if no single stone weighs exactly that amount. The average describes the collection, not the uniqueness of any one object. Human beings present the same problem. Scientific knowledge requires comparison, but understanding a particular person requires attention to what does not repeat. The individual is not merely one instance of a rule. He is also an exception to it. This distinction becomes crucial in psychology. A doctor needs general knowledge, but a patient cannot be understood only as an example of a category. The more schematic the treatment becomes, the greater the risk that the person disappears behind the diagnosis. Jung extends this beyond medicine. Education, government, and social organization all operate through abstraction, and the larger the system becomes, the more easily the individual is treated as a replaceable unit. Once this statistical picture becomes psychologically dominant, a subtle shift occurs. The individual begins to see himself through the same abstract lens. He becomes a voter, employee, consumer, citizen, demographic unit, or member of a group. None of these descriptions is false, but none of them contains the whole person. Yet if they become the primary basis of identity, the individual can begin to feel insignificant beside the structures that classify him. This is the foundation of Jung's larger warning. A person who experiences himself as psychologically negligible becomes increasingly willing to transfer judgment and responsibility outward. The state, the organization, the movement, or public opinion begins to appear more real than the individual conscience. What started as a method for organizing society becomes a way of organizing the self. The modern crisis, therefore, does not begin when power is imposed from above. It begins earlier, when the individual no longer experiences his own inner life as a sufficient source of authority. The individual as an exception. The conflict between statistical knowledge and individual reality leads Jung toward one of the central paradoxes of modern consciousness. Science becomes powerful by discovering what repeats. It observes enough cases to identify patterns, then transforms those patterns into knowledge that can be applied beyond any particular case. Yet the individual becomes psychologically meaningful through precisely what cannot be repeated. His singular history, contradictions, relationships, fears, and unconscious responses make him something other than an interchangeable example of humanity. The better a system becomes at describing the average human being, the easier it becomes to mistake that abstraction for the person who actually exists. For Jung, this does not invalidate scientific knowledge. It establishes its limits. The problem becomes especially visible in medicine. A physician must possess general knowledge about illness, symptoms, and treatment, yet the patient before him is never merely an abstract illness. Psychological suffering makes this distinction particularly difficult to ignore. A treatment may correspond perfectly to a theoretical model and still fail because the person experiencing the condition cannot be reduced to that model. Understanding, therefore, demands a peculiar intellectual discipline. General knowledge must remain available, while the observer also becomes capable of setting it aside long enough to encounter what is unique. The same tension extends into education and culture. Modern institutions necessarily organize enormous populations through categories. Schools establish standards. Governments classify citizens. Organizations divide people according to functions. The resulting systems may operate efficiently, but they gradually produce a picture of reality in which the concrete individual occupies an increasingly marginal position. The abstraction becomes clearer than the person. Society knows more and more about human beings collectively, while the singular psyche becomes strangely difficult to see. Something psychologically consequential happens when this picture is internalized. A person begins to encounter himself through categories created to describe populations. He becomes a worker, voter, consumer, citizen, member of a profession, representative of a demographic group. These descriptions may all be accurate, but their accumulation can create the impression that the individual is ultimately nothing more than the intersection of collective classifications. His uniqueness begins to look subjective, while the enormous systems surrounding him appear objectively real. The reversal is subtle. Society and the state are abstractions created by individuals, yet they begin to acquire the psychological weight of independent beings. People speak of what society needs, what the state demands, and what history requires. Meanwhile, the actual person becomes an anonymous unit inside those abstractions. Moral responsibility follows the same movement. Decisions that once confronted the individual as personal questions can increasingly be transferred to institutions, doctrines, and collective priorities. The meaning of life itself risks being relocated from individual development toward externally determined social purposes. Jung recognizes the attraction of this arrangement. Individual judgment is difficult because it carries uncertainty and responsibility. Collective judgment offers relief. Once a person accepts that his significance derives primarily from the larger structure to which he belongs, the structure can begin supplying not only social order but psychological orientation. What should be believed, valued, feared, or pursued can increasingly arrive from outside. This creates the conditions for a deeper transformation. The individual does not need to be violently stripped of autonomy if he has already learned to experience himself as insignificant without the collective. He may surrender judgment voluntarily because the mass appears larger, more certain, and more substantial than anything available within himself. The question is therefore changing. It is no longer simply whether modern institutions possess too much power. Jung is moving towards something more disturbing. He is asking what kind of individual needs that power to tell him who he is. When the collective becomes a personality, once the individual has been reduced to a social unit, an inversion begins to take place. The institutions created by human beings acquire an almost independent psychological existence, while the people who created them become increasingly interchangeable. The state is no longer experienced merely as an administrative structure. It becomes something closer to a personality, an entity imagined as possessing interests, intentions, demands, and even a destiny. Individual responsibility is gradually displaced by collective policy. What matters is no longer what a particular person judges to be right, but what the larger structure declares necessary. This transformation does not spare those who govern. Jung observes that rulers may appear to possess exceptional individuality because they occupy positions of concentrated power, yet they too can become servants of the abstractions they represent. The leader speaks for the doctrine, the party, the state, or the historical mission attached to his position. His authority may expand enormously, while his psychological independence contracts. He becomes identified with his function. Eventually it becomes difficult to determine whether he controls the political fiction or whether the fiction has begun to control him. The mass itself intensifies this process because collective formations tend towards psychological formlessness. Individual distinctions weaken as people become emotionally synchronized around common fears, hopes, resentments, and ideals. Out of this condition emerges a demand for representation. The mass wants a face. The leader becomes the visible embodiment of forces distributed across thousands or millions of people. What the crowd cannot experience as individual responsibility returns in concentrated form as political personality. Yet this apparent personality contains another danger. The leader sees his image reflected back through the collective and can mistake that enormous reflection for evidence of his own magnitude. Jung describes this as an inflation of ego consciousness. The more completely the leader identifies himself with the collective role, the less capable he becomes of distinguishing his actual personality from the symbolic figure constructed around him. Power then begins to confirm its own necessity. Opposition appears not merely as disagreement, but as an attack upon the reality the leader has come to embody. The relationship between leader and mass is therefore reciprocal. The crowd surrenders individuality to obtain unity, while the leader surrenders individuality to become the image of that unity. Neither remains psychologically untouched. Submission and domination appear to stand at opposite ends of the political structure, but Jung sees them as closely related. The more rigidly a system demands obedience, the more resistance accumulates beneath its surface. Control produces distrust. Distrust justifies further control. Slavery and rebellion become inseparable movements within the same psychological mechanism. What makes this mechanism particularly dangerous is that it does not depend upon conscious deception. People may genuinely believe in the collective identities they inhabit. Leaders may genuinely believe they represent historical necessity. Citizens may sincerely experience institutional judgment as superior to their own. The system becomes powerful precisely because its abstractions are experienced as realities. At that point, political domination has already achieved something deeper than obedience. It has altered the scale by which the individual measures his own existence. One person standing against millions appears negligible. One private judgment against a collective doctrine appears almost absurd. The mass does not merely surround the individual. It teaches him to interpret his smallness as insignificance. And once he accepts that interpretation, the decisive surrender has already begun. The seduction of insignificance. The larger the collective becomes, the more difficult it is for the individual to defend his significance through rational comparison alone. One person beside 10,000 already appears small. Beside 1,000,000, he seems almost negligible. Jung does not evade this uncomfortable arithmetic. From the external perspective of statistics, the individual really is an infinitesimal unit. He can disappear while the population remains. Institutions continue functioning. History moves forward. Nothing in the numerical picture seems capable of explaining why one particular life should possess any exceptional importance. This is precisely why the psychological consequences of mass society extend beyond politics. The individual repeatedly encounters evidence of his own smallness. Vast organizations surround him. Public opinion appears in millions. Political movements speak through enormous populations. Against such scales, private judgment can begin to feel almost embarrassing. Meaning itself becomes difficult to defend because meaning cannot be demonstrated statistically. The person knows that his family matters to him, that his relationships matter, that his inner life possesses a seriousness no number can capture. Yet these convictions remain intensely subjective beside the apparent objectivity of the mass. Once this imbalance is accepted, collective identification offers a seductive solution. The individual who feels powerless alone can borrow significance from something larger than himself. A movement gives him historical purpose. An institution gives him function. A political identity gives him allies and enemies. The victories of the group become personal victories, while its certainty protects him from the burden of forming judgments alone. The mass restores the importance it first appeared to destroy, but only by making that importance dependent upon belonging. The price becomes visible when disagreement appears. If meaning has been borrowed from collective identity, questioning the collective threatens more than an opinion. It threatens the structure through which the individual experiences his own significance. This helps explain why mass convictions can acquire extraordinary emotional intensity. People defend them as though defending themselves because psychologically they often are. What appears to be loyalty to an external cause may also conceal a desperate defense against personal insignificance. Jung sees the same ambiguity in public figures. A person standing before millions appears unusually powerful and individual, yet visibility does not guarantee individuality. The celebrated leader or spokesman may function primarily as a vessel for collective opinion. His voice travels far because the mass recognizes its own desires through him. What appears to be an exceptionally powerful personality can therefore represent the opposite, a personality almost completely occupied by the psychological demands of the group. Meanwhile, responsibility continues migrating outward. The individual becomes increasingly uncertain of his own judgment and delegates decisions to corporate bodies, institutions, movements, or the state. Society then seems to become the true carrier of life, although Jung insists that society possesses no concrete existence apart from the individuals composing it. An abstraction has taken the place of the living person. The final irony is severe. The state eventually appears as a quasi-living personality from which everything can be expected, even though it remains a construction operated by actual human beings. Those individuals become hidden behind the abstraction, and the abstraction acquires an authority greater than theirs. Under sufficient pressure, even a constitutional order can drift toward a primitive psychological arrangement in which the collective submits itself to a chief or an oligarchy. Jung has therefore carried the argument somewhere more troubling than a simple warning about authoritarian government. Political domination becomes possible when the individual has already surrendered something internally. Before freedom disappears from institutions, it can disappear from psychological life. A person may still possess formal rights while becoming incapable of locating an authority within himself strong enough to resist the collective. The mass does not finally triumph because it proves that the individual has no value. It triumphs when the individual begins to believe it. The politics of the inner void. Jung's argument reaches beyond the political conditions of the 20th century because the mass, in his analysis, is not simply a crowd gathered in a square or a population organized beneath a single ideology. It is a psychological condition. Mass-mindedness begins whenever individual judgment is weakened by identification with something larger, whenever belonging becomes more authoritative than reflection, and whenever responsibility can be transferred from the person to the collective. The political state is therefore only the most visible expression of a much broader human temptation. It offers the individual an escape from the burden of being psychologically distinct. This is why scientific rationalism occupies such an unexpected place in Jung's argument. He is not attacking science itself. He is observing the cultural consequences of a worldview that increasingly recognizes reality through what can be generalized, measured, and compared. Once that worldview becomes dominant, the individual encounters a peculiar contradiction. Modern civilization promises unprecedented personal freedom while continuously describing human beings through collective abstractions. The person is told that he is unique, yet almost every large system must treat him as replaceable. Jung sees in this contradiction one of the psychological foundations of mass-mindedness. The symbolic power of the crowd emerges from this tension. The crowd makes visible what statistics express abstractly. It confronts the individual with numerical magnitude. One person disappears among thousands of faces, and the experience seems to reveal a truth about human importance. Yet the crowd also offers compensation for the insignificance it creates. By identifying with it, the individual becomes part of its size. He can exchange the uncertainty of personal judgment for the confidence of collective conviction. The psychologically isolated person suddenly possesses a cause, a language, an identity, and a place within a story larger than himself. The leader completes this symbolic structure. The mass sacrifices differentiation and then produces a figure who appears to possess individuality on its behalf. He becomes the concentrated image of collective certainty. His visibility gives the crowd a face, while the crowd gives his personality an apparently superhuman scale. Jung's observation that mass formations tend to produce leaders, therefore, describes more than a political tendency. It reveals a symbolic exchange. The many surrender something of their individuality to the one, and the one becomes inflated by carrying the projected significance of the many. What is striking is how little this mechanism depends upon the specific doctrine involved. Jung is writing with authoritarian states clearly in view, but his psychological architecture concerns the relationship between identity and scale. Whenever collective belonging becomes the primary source of meaning, disagreement becomes psychologically expensive. To question the group is no longer merely to reconsider an idea. It can mean losing the structure through which the individual understands himself. The result is a culture in which moral responsibility can become strangely diffuse. People act through institutions, speak through collective identities, and justify themselves through abstract necessities. Society wanted it. The organization required it. The movement demanded it. The state decided it. Each formulation removes the living individual slightly further from the act for which only living individuals can ultimately be responsible. Jung's concern is precisely that abstractions can acquire greater psychological reality than the people who sustain them. This gives the opening chapter its lasting symbolic force. The struggle between the individual and the mass is not simply a struggle between private freedom and government power. It is a struggle over where authority is located inside the human personality. A political system becomes dangerous when it exploits the surrender of that authority, but the surrender itself begins earlier and more quietly. The individual first becomes a number in the world around him. Then, far more consequentially, he begins to experience himself as one. The last measure of the individual. By the end of this first movement, Jung has not yet offered an escape from the condition he describes. That absence matters. The individual has been placed inside a civilization whose greatest achievements also contain the mechanisms by which individuality can disappear. Scientific knowledge expands while the singular person becomes increasingly difficult to perceive. Political organization grows more sophisticated while responsibility migrates toward institutions. Mass communication and collective identity enlarge the scale of human action while making one private judgment appear almost weightless. The modern person is surrounded by structures that depend upon individuals, but continuously encourage them to experience themselves as secondary. The danger cannot therefore be reduced to the existence of an authoritarian state. Jung's deeper concern is the psychological preparation that makes authoritarianism possible. A constitutional society can protect rights, distribute power, and establish legal barriers against tyranny, yet none of these arrangements can permanently substitute for individual judgment. If the people living inside those structures cease to experience themselves as morally responsible beings, the political architecture rests upon increasingly fragile foundations. The mass suppresses precisely those capacities that remain possible within the individual: reflection, hesitation, differentiation, and the willingness to stand apart from collective emotion. This explains why the problem of self-knowledge appeared so early in an argument that initially seemed political. The individual cannot resist psychological contagion merely by declaring himself independent. He must know enough about his own unconscious susceptibility to recognize what the collective can activate within him. Otherwise, resentment can masquerade as principle, fear as certainty, and borrowed conviction as personal judgment. The person most confident that manipulation works only on others may therefore be particularly exposed to it. Jung leaves the individual at an uncomfortable threshold. Rational knowledge alone cannot restore what statistical thinking has diminished, because rational comparison itself confirms how small one person appears beside millions. Nor can individuality mean simple withdrawal from society. Human beings remain social creatures, dependent upon institutions and collective structures. The problem is not participation. It is psychological identification so complete that nothing remains from which participation can be judged. The final image of the chapter is therefore almost archaic. The modern state, despite its bureaucracy, technology, and rational organization, can drift towards something psychologically primitive. The collective becomes a quasi-living being. Individuals expect direction from it. Those who manipulate its authority become increasingly difficult to distinguish from the abstraction they claim to represent. Eventually, the sophisticated modern citizen can find himself reproducing an ancient arrangement, a mass organized beneath a chief or an oligarchy. The paradox is severe. Civilization has made the individual more informed, connected, organized, and materially powerful than previous generations could have imagined. Yet none of these achievements guarantees that he possesses himself. That is the unresolved problem Jung carries forward. Before the individual can withstand the mass, something must give him a source of authority that does not originate in the mass itself. Religion, ideology, and inner authority. A society can survive the collapse of an argument more easily than the collapse of an inner authority. This is the problem Jung approaches when he turns from the power of the modern state toward religion. The individual who has been reduced to a statistical unit cannot recover autonomy merely by insisting that he is free. Freedom requires a point from which the world can be judged. If every value comes from the social reality that demands obedience, then judgment has nowhere else to stand. The person may choose, yet the terms of choice have already been established outside him. Religion enters this landscape not primarily as doctrine, institution, or inherited morality. Jung is interested in something more intimate. Religious experience can give the individual a reference point that does not depend upon public opinion, economic necessity, or collective approval. It introduces another authority into psychological life. The state may demand loyalty, the crowd may demand conformity, and material conditions may demand adaptation, but none can become absolute while the individual remains inwardly answerable to something that exceeds the visible world. That distinction creates a problem for every system seeking complete control. A sovereign state cannot easily tolerate a citizen whose ultimate allegiance lies beyond the state itself. Political domination, therefore, tends to weaken competing sources of authority, especially those capable of giving private conscience a foundation independent of collective necessity. What appears as a conflict between politics and religion becomes a struggle over the location of the individual's final responsibility. Whoever defines that responsibility acquires power over the person who carries it. Yet Jung refuses to claim that organized religion automatically protects individuality. He draws a sharp distinction between living religious experience and collective belief. A creed can become inherited custom, public identity, or institutional loyalty. A person may belong to a church without possessing any inward relationship to what the church represents. In that case, religion has undergone the same transformation as politics. Something rooted in individual experience has become another collective structure, another system telling the person what to believe from outside. The difference matters because conventional morality cannot provide the resistance Jung is seeking. Rules can be learned, repeated, and obeyed without transforming the individual. The decisive foundation is experiential. A person must encounter an authority that feels real enough to relativize the pressures of circumstance. Without that encounter, religious language remains vulnerable to the forces shaping every public identity. It can be absorbed into convention, reduced to habit, or abandoned when another collective certainty becomes more emotionally compelling. This is where Jung's argument becomes severe. The conflict is not simply between atheism and belief, or communism and Christianity. Both political ideology and institutional religion can demand submission. Both can organize communities around unquestionable truths. Both can turn symbols into instruments of collective identity. The essential question is whether either leaves the individual more capable of judgment, responsibility, and inward independence. When that capacity disappears, the religious impulse does not disappear with it. Jung treats it as a persistent psychological function, something human beings have expressed through ritual, sacrifice, invisible powers, and attempts to secure themselves against forces beyond conscious control. Rational criticism may dismantle a doctrine, but it cannot erase at all the psychic need that doctrine once carried. The abandoned function searches for another form. The 20th century supplied Jung with a disturbing answer. Political systems could inherit the emotional architecture of religion while denying religion explicitly. Leaders could become sacred figures. Party doctrine could become unquestionable truth. Dissidents could become heretics. Public ceremonies, banners, parades, martyrs, promises of future salvation, and demands for sacrifice could reproduce religious patterns inside a worldly ideology. The transcendent promise had changed its destination, but the psychological structure remained. The danger, then, was not that modern humanity had ceased to believe. It was that belief could migrate without being recognized. A person who imagined himself liberated from religion might still surrender to a political faith with equal devotion, without understanding the sacred energy invested in it. Jung's next question follows inevitably. If the state can become a substitute religion, and institutional religion can become another form of collective obedience, what remains capable of protecting the individual from both? The sacred function and its counterfeit. The distinction between religion and creed changes the entire direction of Jung's argument. Religion, as he approaches it here, does not begin with membership in a church or agreement with a doctrine. It begins with the psychological recognition that conscious life is not the final authority over human existence. The individual encounters something that cannot simply be reduced to social convention, rational calculation, or personal preference. That encounter establishes a second point of reference. The world continues to exert its pressures, but it is no longer the only reality against which decisions can be measured. A creed operates differently. It translates religious experience into a collective form that can be communicated, preserved, institutionalized, and inherited. This transformation is understandable. Experiences die with individuals unless cultures give them symbols, rituals, stories, and doctrines capable of surviving across generations. Yet preservation introduces a danger. What began as confrontation with something psychologically overwhelming can gradually become social belonging. The symbol remains while the experience recedes. People inherit the language of faith without necessarily encountering the reality that once gave that language its force. For Jung, the distinction is decisive because collective belief alone cannot provide the psychological foundation required to resist another collective belief. A person may identify strongly with a religious institution and still remain dependent upon external authority. His opinions have changed, but the structure of his dependence has not. Instead of receiving identity from the state, he receives it from the denomination. Instead of submitting to political doctrine, he submits to religious doctrine. The symbols differ while the underlying weakness remains intact. What gives the individual genuine autonomy is therefore not the intellectual acceptance of ethical principles, however elevated they may be. It is the experience of being responsible before an authority that does not originate in the surrounding social world. Jung deliberately leaves the metaphysical status of this authority unresolved. His concern is psychological. The experience must possess enough reality for the individual that collective pressure becomes relative rather than absolute. Only then does he possess an inward position from which the demands of his environment can actually be judged. This creates an unavoidable tension between the individual and every system that seeks total allegiance. A mass state cannot fully absorb someone whose final responsibility lies elsewhere. It can regulate behavior, threaten security, manipulate information, and organize public life, but another authority remains psychologically present. This is why regimes seeking complete control so often become hostile toward religion. The conflict is not merely ideological. Competing forms of sovereignty are involved. The state requires the individual to experience political necessity as ultimate, while genuine religious experience places a limit upon that claim. But rational opposition to mass-mindedness does not provide the same protection. A person may understand perfectly well that crowds are suggestible, that propaganda distorts judgment, and that authoritarian systems destroy responsibility. Such knowledge remains negative if it supplies no alternative center of gravity. Intellectual criticism can reveal the danger without giving the individual enough psychological force to withstand it. Under sufficient pressure, the abstract conviction that mass behavior is irrational may prove weaker than the emotional security of belonging to the mass. The dictator state possesses an advantage precisely here. It does not merely suppress religious energies, it appropriates them. The state begins occupying the psychological position once held by transcendence. Political doctrine becomes sacred truth. The leader becomes a figure placed beyond ordinary moral judgment. Followers become heroes, martyrs, apostles, and missionaries. Opposition becomes heresy. The claim that political ends justify morally corrupt means reproduces the dangerous logic of any system that has declared its own truth absolute. This transformation reveals why the religious function cannot simply be eliminated through rational criticism. Human beings have always created rituals around uncertain transitions and dangerous decisions. They have offered sacrifices, pronounced blessings, consulted invisible powers, and surrounded important actions with ceremonies. The literal explanation of these practices may become impossible for a rational consciousness to accept, but Jung is more interested in their psychological effect. Ritual creates a sense of security at moments when conscious control reaches its limit. It gives form to uncertainty and allows the individual to act despite the risk inherent in every serious decision. Modern politics reproduces this function with remarkable precision. The dictator does not govern through policy alone. Power must be staged. Flags, music, banners, parades, enormous demonstrations, and solemn public ceremonies surround political action with symbolic intensity. The spectacle produces collective confidence. It tells the participant that he belongs to something powerful enough to overcome uncertainty. The individual feels strengthened, but the source of that strength lies outside him, in the mass whose emotional force he temporarily shares. This is the crucial difference between the two forms of security Jung is comparing. Religious experience, at its deepest, gives the individual an inward counterweight against collective pressure. Political ritual produces security by binding him more tightly to collective power. One strengthens the possibility of independent judgment. The other makes independence feel increasingly unnecessary. Even their promises begin to mirror one another. Traditional religion speaks of deliverance, reconciliation, and salvation beyond the immediate conditions of worldly life. Political ideology translates these hopes into material terms. Freedom from economic anxiety, universal prosperity, equality, and a perfected future society become secular forms of salvation. The destination changes from another world to this one, but the emotional structure survives. The future remains distant enough to demand faith and powerful enough to justify sacrifice in the present. Jung's unsettling conclusion follows naturally. Modernity did not necessarily overcome religious psychology when it became rational and secular. It may simply have changed the objects toward which religious energies were directed. A society can ridicule metaphysical belief while organizing itself around sacred political assumptions. It can reject traditional ritual while producing ceremonies of power. It can abandon theological salvation while demanding sacrifice for a promised future. The religious function returns because the psychological need beneath it was never removed. The real question is where that need will find its object, and whether the individual will emerge from that relationship with greater inner authority or with less. The secularization of salvation. The resemblance between political ideology and religion becomes most revealing when Jung turns from ritual to promise. A mass movement cannot sustain itself through fear alone. It must also offer a future capable of giving present sacrifice meaning. The individual is asked to endure limitation, obedience, uncertainty, and sometimes violence because history is supposedly moving toward a condition in which those sacrifices will finally be justified. The promise may concern economic security, equality, prosperity, or liberation from suffering. Its language is secular, but its psychological structure is unmistakable. The present remains imperfect because fulfillment belongs to a future that has not yet arrived. This does not make political aspirations illegitimate. Jung's concern lies elsewhere. Material goals become psychologically dangerous when they acquire the absolute quality once reserved for religious salvation. If the promised future represents humanity's final deliverance, then opposition can easily become more than disagreement. It becomes obstruction of redemption itself. The political enemy is no longer merely mistaken. He threatens the future. Once the conflict assumes this structure, almost any measure can be defended as necessary because the value of the imagined destination overwhelms the moral ambiguity of the means used to reach it. The same mechanism alters the individual's relationship with responsibility. Instead of asking whether a particular action can be reconciled with conscience, he can judge it according to its usefulness for the collective future. Moral tension is absorbed into historical necessity. The person becomes an instrument of an outcome whose eventual perfection exists primarily as promise. This is one reason Jung treats the substitution of the state for religion with such suspicion. The state does not simply acquire administrative power. It can acquire the power to define what sacrifice means. Yet the problem cannot be solved by returning mechanically to traditional belief. Jung is equally suspicious of religious institutions when they depend primarily upon collective adherence. A church can preserve sacred symbols while losing the individual experience that made those symbols psychologically alive. It can demand conformity, defend doctrine, and organize believers into a community while leaving the inward person almost untouched. In that condition, creed and political ideology begin to resemble one another more than either would care to admit. The similarity becomes especially uncomfortable in a divided world. Each side can present itself as the defender of humanity against a threatening opposite. Each can create an image of the enemy that strengthens internal unity. Each can promise security through greater loyalty to its own system. Under these conditions, the individual is pressured to choose between collective identities while the deeper question remains unanswered. Neither side necessarily teaches him how to stand psychologically apart from collective certainty itself. Jung's distinction therefore cuts across the familiar opposition between religious and secular society. The real division lies between borrowed conviction and experienced authority. A person can repeat religious truths without possessing them inwardly, just as he can repeat political truths without having examined the emotions that make them attractive. In both cases, certainty arrives ready-made. It protects the individual from the difficulty of confronting uncertainty within himself. This is why the survival of religion cannot be measured simply by church membership or public profession of faith. Its psychological significance depends upon whether it creates a genuine counterweight to mass-mindedness. If it merely produces another collective identity, it has failed at precisely the point where Jung believes it matters most. The individual remains dependent upon external confirmation, and the sacred becomes another language through which the group speaks. The conflict has now moved beyond politics and theology. It concerns the origin of conviction itself. If belief is inherited from the crowd, then even the most elevated belief can become another form of submission. The individual requires something more difficult, an authority that cannot be manufactured by collective agreement and cannot be secured merely by repeating what others already believe. When belief becomes collective power, the difficulty becomes sharper when Jung turns toward the position of the West. If totalitarian ideology can absorb the psychological energies once carried by religion, then Western societies should possess an obvious defense. Their religious traditions have not disappeared. Churches remain, doctrines survive, and Christianity continues to provide a moral vocabulary through which millions understand themselves. Yet Jung refuses to treat this inheritance as sufficient. The existence of religious institutions does not prove that religion still functions as a living psychological counterweight to collective power. The weakness lies partly in the distinction already established between experience and creed. A creed depends upon inherited symbols, formulations, and traditions. These can preserve the memory of religious experience across centuries, but preservation can also create distance from the original experience. The believer receives a finished structure. He learns what the symbols mean, what doctrines must be affirmed, and how the community interprets them. What once emerged from an overwhelming confrontation with the unknown can become a familiar cultural possession. This matters because the modern individual no longer inhabits the symbolic world in which many traditional formulations first acquired their force. Scientific consciousness has transformed his picture of reality. Historical criticism has altered his relationship with sacred texts. Psychology has complicated his understanding of human motives. The cosmos itself has expanded beyond anything earlier religious imagination could have pictured. A creed may continue speaking in inherited language, but the consciousness hearing that language has changed. Jung sees a serious danger in responding to this tension through literalism. When symbolic statements are treated as though they were descriptions of physical facts, religion enters a competition with scientific knowledge that it is poorly equipped to win. The problem is not necessarily that the symbol has become false. The problem is that its meaning has been confined to the wrong level. A symbolic image can express psychological realities that cannot be translated adequately into empirical propositions. Once it is forced to behave like a scientific statement, its deeper significance becomes obscured. The opposite reaction is equally destructive. The modern person may conclude that because a religious image cannot be accepted literally, it contains no truth at all. The symbol is discarded together with the obsolete interpretation attached to it. Something psychologically valuable then disappears, not because its meaning has been exhausted, but because consciousness has forgotten how to encounter symbolic meaning without reducing it either to fact or illusion. This leaves the West in an unstable position. It opposes political systems that openly subordinate the individual to collective ideology, yet its own spiritual institutions may no longer provide the inward certainty necessary to resist that pressure. The conflict cannot be solved simply by defending one collective worldview against another. If Western religion functions primarily as inherited convention, then its believers remain psychologically vulnerable to the same dependence upon external authority that characterizes mass-mindedness elsewhere. The irony is difficult to miss. A civilization may proclaim the dignity of the individual while offering him increasingly collective forms of identity. Political freedom alone does not guarantee inward independence. Religious affiliation alone does not guarantee religious experience. The West can therefore defend itself materially against ideological enemies while sharing with them a deeper psychological problem, the weakening of the individual before systems of belief that arrive already organized. Jung's concern is not that inherited symbols should be abandoned. He is moving toward the opposite possibility. They must somehow become psychologically alive again. Their meaning cannot depend exclusively upon institutional authority or literal interpretation. They must become capable of speaking to the actual structure of modern consciousness. Without that renewal, the confrontation between East and West risks becoming a struggle between competing collective certainties. The political forms differ, but the individual remains caught between them, still searching for an authority that belongs neither to the state nor merely to the crowd that calls itself religious. The crisis of the Western counterweight. The confrontation between East and West therefore conceals a more difficult question than military or economic superiority. The West presents itself as the defender of individual freedom, yet Jung asks whether its own psychological foundations are strong enough to sustain that claim. Political liberty can protect the individual from direct coercion, but it cannot create inner independence by itself. A person may live under constitutional government, enjoy freedom of expression, and still remain profoundly dependent upon collective opinion for identity, certainty, and meaning. The external structure may be free while the inner structure remains organized by mass psychology. Religion should provide a counterweight, but only if its symbols remain psychologically convincing. This is where the Western position becomes precarious. Christianity continues to possess institutions, traditions, doctrines, and immense historical authority, yet modern consciousness has undergone transformations that cannot simply be reversed. Scientific knowledge has altered the image of the universe. Historical awareness has changed the way inherited texts are approached. The modern individual cannot always inhabit ancient symbolic formulations with the same immediacy available to earlier generations. Repeating them more forcefully does not necessarily restore their power. Jung refuses the conclusion that this makes religious symbols obsolete. Their weakness emerges when they are mistaken for literal descriptions of realities that modern knowledge understands differently. The symbol then becomes trapped in an unnecessary contest with empirical fact. A creation image, miracle, divine figure, or sacred narrative is forced to answer questions for which symbolic language was never designed. Once this happens, the modern mind is offered an impoverished choice. It must either accept the image literally or reject it as false. Both responses miss what Jung considers essential. Symbolic language carries realities that cannot be exhausted by factual description. Its significance lies partly in its capacity to give form to experiences arising from depths of the psyche that rational concepts cannot adequately contain. A symbol does not become meaningless when its literal interpretation becomes impossible. It may become more psychologically urgent, because consciousness must discover what the image has been carrying beneath the interpretation inherited from tradition. This places Western religion in a demanding position. It cannot protect the individual merely by opposing atheistic ideology with stronger dogma. If it does so, it risks reproducing the same structure of collective certainty it claims to resist. One doctrine confronts another. One community defines itself against another. The believer receives identity through membership, and the psychological problem of dependence remains unresolved. Jung is especially suspicious of any solution that imagines the conflict as a simple contest between good and evil civilizations. Such certainty encourages projection. The threatening qualities attributed entirely to the opposing system can prevent the West from recognizing similar tendencies within itself. Mass-mindedness does not become harmless because it speaks the language of democracy, religion, or freedom. Whenever the individual becomes subordinate to collective assumptions that he no longer examines, the same psychological danger begins to emerge in another form. The real counterweight must therefore operate within the individual. Religious symbols retain value insofar as they connect him with an experience that cannot be reduced to social approval. Their purpose is not merely to explain the universe or preserve cultural identity. They create a language through which the individual can encounter dimensions of existence that relativize the authority of the visible world. Without this inward dimension, religion becomes convention. With it, the individual acquires a position from which even his own society can be judged. This is the uncomfortable symmetry Jung uncovers. The secular East can transform politics into religion, while the religious West can transform religion into social convention. Both processes leave the individual exposed to collective authority. The ideological forms remain opposed, but the psychological result can converge. The struggle that appeared to concern competing political systems has therefore moved inward. The decisive question is no longer which civilization possesses the correct doctrine. It is whether the modern person can recover a form of conviction that does not require him to disappear into doctrine at all. The West and its shadow. The confrontation between Western democracy and totalitarian ideology becomes psychologically misleading when each side is understood only through the image it presents of itself. The West can point toward its inheritance of individual rights, constitutional government, Roman law, and religious ethics. These achievements matter profoundly to Jung. Yet their existence does not guarantee immunity from the forces operating beyond the Iron Curtain. A civilization may possess institutions designed to protect freedom, while simultaneously cultivating assumptions that weaken the psychological value of the person those institutions were created to defend. This is why material superiority cannot provide the decisive answer. Industrial strength, military power, and higher standards of living may protect a society externally, but they cannot neutralize what Jung describes as psychic infection. An ideology charged with religious intensity does not operate primarily through rational persuasion. It organizes emotion, identity, hope, resentment, and belonging. Arguments addressed exclusively to reason therefore encounter something much deeper than mistaken political opinion. They encounter a structure of faith. The West responds awkwardly because it lacks an equally powerful center. It may invoke idealism, morality, freedom, and reason, but Jung hears an emptiness behind these appeals when they are unsupported by inward experience. The churches remain free, yet their political and cultural influence does not necessarily reflect the depth of individual conviction. Traditional belief can survive socially long after its symbols have ceased to organize the inner life of those who profess it. Under those conditions, religious identity becomes another inherited position rather than an existential counterweight to collective pressure. The conflict between belief and knowledge intensifies this weakness. Religious mythology, when defended exclusively as literal fact, collides with a consciousness shaped by scientific understanding. Jung sees the resulting rejection as tragically unnecessary. A symbolic reading does not empty religious imagery of meaning. It can release that meaning from a contest it was never equipped to fight. The resurrection of Christ, his example here, need not survive as a proposition competing with empirical knowledge in order to retain profound significance. The symbol can address dimensions of human experience inaccessible to literal explanation. This is protection, while creating unprecedented possibilities of destruction. Political systems proclaim rights and freedom, while enormous institutions increasingly determine the conditions under which ordinary life is lived. Modern man appears to command the elements, but the civilization built around his achievements repeatedly teaches him that he is insignificant. This contradiction cannot be resolved through material improvement alone. Greater prosperity may relieve suffering, and political freedom remains immeasurably preferable to totalitarian control, but neither automatically creates the inward authority Jung has been searching for. A person can possess comfort while remaining psychologically dependent. He can possess rights while allowing collective opinion to determine what he believes. He can live within institutions designed to protect individuality, while accepting a worldview that reduces the individual to a statistical unit whose value disappears beside large numbers. The vulnerability becomes especially dangerous when absolute submission has already been learned. Someone accustomed to surrendering judgment to one collective belief does not necessarily become independent when that belief collapses. The structure of obedience can survive the doctrine that originally occupied it. Another ideology can take its place, perhaps one apparently opposed to the first, and the individual may march toward it with the same certainty, because the deeper habit has never changed. Jung points toward recent European history as evidence that civilization itself offers no permanent immunity against such reversals. The problem therefore returns to the individual, but now with greater urgency. What seemed initially like a defense of religion has become an investigation into the psychological conditions of freedom. Religion matters only insofar as it establishes a living relationship with an authority capable of relativizing collective power. Creed becomes insufficient when inherited belief replaces experience. Political freedom becomes insufficient when the individual possesses no inward position from which to exercise it. Even reason becomes insufficient when it can describe the mechanisms of mass psychology without providing the psychological force required to resist them. What the West lacks, in Jung's formulation, is an idea capable of gripping the whole human being while placing the individual at its center. Such an idea immediately encounters resistance because modern civilization has become accustomed to measuring significance through scale. Millions appear more real than one. Systems appear more substantial than persons. Collective objectives seem more important than singular lives. Yet every institution, ideology, technological achievement, and historical decision ultimately enters reality through individual human beings. The abstraction never acts by itself. This is the reversal Jung has been preparing. The individual seemed powerless because he was measured against the mass. Now the mass begins to look different because its psychological reality depends upon individuals who surrender themselves to it. The question that remains is no longer simply what a person should believe. It is whether he knows himself well enough to recognize what, within him, needs belief so desperately. The unknown man within. The most unsettling contradiction in modern civilization is not that humanity has become weak. It is that the creature responsible for transforming the planet has learned to regard itself as negligible. Every institution, invention, political system, judgment, and vision of the future originates somewhere in a human psyche, yet the individual standing behind these creations increasingly appears as an insignificant unit inside them. Jung begins from this paradox because it reveals something stranger than political submission. Human beings have become uncertain about the very phenomenon through which they understand everything else, themselves. The difficulty is deeper than ignorance. Humanity can compare its anatomy with other animals, trace biological continuities, and classify its physical characteristics with remarkable precision. But consciousness has no equivalent point of comparison. Human beings possess no neighboring species with a different civilization, language, and reflective psyche against which their own inner nature might be measured. In the realm that has produced history itself, humanity remains strangely alone. The psyche observes the world, interprets it, changes it, and then discovers that it cannot stand outside itself long enough to determine exactly what it is. This uncertainty helps explain why psychology occupies such an uncomfortable position within modern knowledge. The physical sciences gained authority by isolating objects, measuring regularities, and reducing uncertainty wherever possible. The psyche resists that procedure because it is simultaneously the observer and part of what is being observed. Attempts to resolve the difficulty have repeatedly pushed psychology towards simpler explanations. Mind becomes a secondary effect of the brain, or a private phenomenon contained entirely within the individual. Both possibilities promise intellectual order. Neither fully accounts for the strange autonomy of psychic life. For Jung, consciousness changes the scale of the problem. The world known by human beings exists only insofar as it becomes present within a psyche. Matter may exist independently, but the experienced world, the world of meaning, history, fear, discovery, conflict, and value, requires consciousness. The psyche therefore cannot be dismissed as an insignificant byproduct while simultaneously serving as the condition through which every claim about reality becomes knowable. The individual acquires importance for the same reason. He is not merely one object among others. He is the immediate carrier of the consciousness through which a world appears. Yet precisely here the pressure toward collective explanation returns. Science understands through generalization. Churches preserve truth through shared dogma. Both can become suspicious of what refuses classification. Individuality looks like subjectivism to one and spiritual pride to the other. The person who insists upon an experience that cannot be absorbed into the accepted category risks appearing irrational, egotistical, or heretical. The irony is sharp. Institutions devoted to truth can become uncomfortable with the singular human being in whom truth must actually be experienced. Jung finds this especially striking within Christianity, whose central image is not an abstract population, but the life of one man. The symbolic drama of incarnation places extraordinary weight upon an individual existence, suggesting that transformation occurs through the development of a particular human life rather than through its disappearance into the collective. Yet modern attention remains directed outward, toward organizations, doctrines, numbers, and visible systems of power. The inner event becomes harder to recognize precisely when the autonomy of the individual is most threatened. There is another obstacle, and it is more intimate than any institution. Human beings fear what self-knowledge might reveal. Beneath the familiar personality lies an unconscious whose contents do not necessarily respect the moral boundaries of conscious identity. Its archaic images carry an intensity that cannot simply be reasoned away. Even psychology itself has sometimes recoiled from this territory, attempting to contain what appears irrational within theories strong enough to keep the unknown at a safe distance. The undiscovered self is therefore not hidden merely because knowledge is incomplete. It is hidden because the individual participates in hiding it. What waits beneath conscious identity may challenge the categories through which a person has learned to recognize himself. And if resistance to the mass requires an individual who actually knows what he is, then the political problem has already become a psychological confrontation with the unknown within. There can be no substitute for that difficult encounter within. The psyche that cannot observe itself. The difficulty of self-knowledge begins with a peculiar asymmetry. Human beings can investigate the world by establishing comparisons and identifying regularities. When the same procedure turns toward the psyche, the observer cannot escape the thing being observed. Humanity has no external psychological standard against which consciousness can be measured. The mind that asks what man is remains itself part of the mystery. Jung therefore treats the uncertainty surrounding human nature not as a lack of information, but as a structural problem. Psychology inherited this difficulty as an empirical science. To secure scientific legitimacy, it had to free itself from mythology, yet it also had to resist another reduction, the assumption that psychic life is a secondary effect of brain processes. Jung insists that psychological phenomena must be approached as phenomena in their own right. Even unusual findings that complicate assumptions concerning space, time, and causality cannot be excluded because they disturb an established framework. The reason for this insistence becomes clearer when consciousness itself is considered. For human beings, there is no experienced world without a psyche in which that world appears. Everything known about matter, society, history, religion, and science is mediated through consciousness. The psyche therefore occupies an unusual position. It belongs to reality, yet it is also the condition through which reality becomes present to human awareness. Its immediate carrier is not humanity in the abstract. It is the individual person, whose consciousness emerges from foundations he did not consciously create. The individual is more than one statistical specimen among millions. Yet the modern world often treats him as exactly that. Scientific generalization values what can be repeated, while individuality appears as an exception to the rule. Religious institutions can produce a parallel pressure when they recognize the individual primarily insofar as he conforms to dogma. Both approaches can diminish precisely what Jung considers decisive. Science can dismiss singular experience as subjective. Institutional religion can condemn deviation as pride or heresy. In either case, a collective category acquires greater authority than the psyche through which experience occurs. The contradiction becomes striking within Christianity. Its central symbol presents the singular life of Christ, a life understood as the site of divine incarnation and revelation. Jung sees psychological significance in this image. It suggests that the development of the individual into a self cannot be treated as selfish resistance to society. The individual path may carry a meaning that collective conformity cannot supply. Yet immediate inner experience is easily obscured when attention remains fixed on external institutions, accepted formulas, and standards of belief. What survives beneath this pressure is a persistent longing for autonomy. The greatest obstacle does not come from outside. Jung locates a resistance within the individual himself. Self-knowledge is frightening because the unconscious does not promise to confirm the personality. It contains archaic forms rooted in instinct, images carrying numinous intensity that can disturb the rational picture a person maintains of himself. These contents cannot be abolished by rejecting one interpretation of them. Their forms change. Their force returns through other images. Fear of this territory can therefore become fear of psychology itself. Jung recalls that even Freud, who opened psychology toward unconscious life, felt the need to defend his theory against what he feared might become an eruption of occult interpretation. Reason does not merely investigate the psyche. It can also defend itself against what investigation might uncover. The unconscious becomes threatening precisely because its patterns are not created by conscious choice and cannot be mastered through intellectual explanation. The investigator encounters foundations older than his identity. This problem exposes the limits of abstract psychology. Laboratory investigation gains clarity by simplifying conditions and controlling variables, but the individual arrives as a complexity that refuses control. Medical psychology cannot choose only convenient questions. The patient presents the question through suffering and circumstance. General principles remain necessary, but as understanding deepens, they become less capable of expressing the situation. The analyst discovers that knowledge about people and understanding of one person are distinct forms of perception. Understanding introduces danger. If analyst and patient move too far toward identification, the relationship can become subjective until both lose the distance required for judgment. Understanding would demand the disappearance of difference between two individuals. Jung therefore refuses both extremes. Abstract knowledge alone overlooks the person. Total identification destroys the individuality that understanding was meant to preserve. Psychological encounter requires a balance in which knowledge remains available without forcing the person into its categories, and intimacy deepens without dissolving the boundaries between two lives. The same balance has consequences far beyond therapy. The modern individual is surrounded by judgments concerning what he should become, what he must believe, and how he ought to live. Advertising, propaganda, moral instruction, institutional expectations, and advice already exert pressure upon him. Jung imagines the analytic relationship as one space in which this pressure might cease. Rather than adding another command, the analyst protects the possibility that something genuinely individual may emerge. That possibility is fragile because individuality does not arrive as a moral achievement. Its first movements can be uncertain, awkward, or distorted. They require judgment rather than celebration. The purpose is not to replace collective discipline with impulsive subjectivity. It is to help the person reach a point where agreement with society, when it occurs, arises from his insight rather than imitation. This is why self-knowledge becomes more than introspection. It becomes the hidden condition of responsibility, because only a person capable of recognizing his inner contradictions can meet collective pressure without becoming its instrument. Here the political argument acquires a deeper foundation. A society composed of individuals who cannot stand inwardly on their own feet remains vulnerable regardless of how impressive its organizations become. Collective values cannot substitute for character. The question of freedom therefore reaches beneath institutions into the structure of the psyche itself. Before the individual can resist the organized mass, he must become organized within himself to possess a judgment that is his own. The discipline of becoming individual. The analytic relationship reveals a problem that extends far beyond therapy. Modern individuals are constantly surrounded by demands concerning what they should think, desire, purchase, believe, and become. Education supplies models of success. Advertising manufactures dissatisfaction and then offers objects meant to resolve it. Political propaganda organizes fear and loyalty. Social convention defines acceptable forms of behavior. Moral systems provide expectations about character. Even intimate relationships can become environments in which one person attempts to shape another according to an image already formed in advance. Under these conditions, another authoritative voice telling the individual what he ought to be may simply deepen the problem. Jung therefore gives psychological understanding an unusual task. The analyst must resist the temptation to impose a prefabricated ideal upon the patient. This does not mean that every impulse should be affirmed or that individuality is automatically valuable simply because it differs from convention. It means that psychological development requires enough protected space for the person's actual structure to become visible before it is judged according to collective standards. The therapist becomes less an architect constructing a personality than an observer helping something concealed acquire recognizable form. This position is difficult because the emerging individual may initially appear confused, stubborn, eccentric, or socially inconvenient. Collective adaptation offers clearer standards. There are established behaviors against which success and failure can be measured. Individual development provides no equally simple map. Yet Jung does not oppose individuality to society. The aim is not rebellion for its own sake. A person may eventually arrive at values shared by the surrounding culture, but the psychological meaning changes when agreement emerges from insight rather than imitation. The same action can represent conformity in one person and conscious responsibility in another. The distinction becomes politically significant. Mass societies possess enormous organizational strength, but organization alone cannot create psychological independence. Jung argues that thousands or millions of people who depend inwardly upon collective authority do not become stronger merely by assembling. Their numbers increase, but the weakness of the individual remains. The mass can amplify emotion and action, while leaving untouched the psychological condition that made its members dependent upon one another for certainty. This is why collective ideals cannot substitute for individual character. A society may proclaim freedom, morality, responsibility, or human dignity, yet those values remain abstractions unless they are carried by people capable of embodying them when collective pressure turns in another direction. The decisive test comes precisely when agreement becomes costly. Principles repeated while everyone agrees reveal little about the strength of the person repeating them. Jung's argument therefore turns inward again. Resistance to mass-mindedness depends upon an individual who can stand psychologically on his own feet. But such independence cannot be produced by willpower alone. Consciousness itself contains competing tendencies, desires, fears, inherited patterns, and unconscious pressures. Before the individual can resist organization from outside, he must confront the disorder within. The political problem has become a problem of inner structure. Freedom now depends upon whether a divided psyche can discover a form of unity strong enough to carry its own responsibility. The divided kingdom within. The demand that an individual stand psychologically on his own feet sounds simple only while the psyche is imagined as a unified thing. Jung sees something much less orderly. Consciousness may speak in the singular, but the personality contains competing impulses, inherited tendencies, desires, fears, convictions, and instinctive reactions that do not automatically agree with one another. What appears from outside as one person can contain several incompatible directions of movement. The individual who wishes to resist collective pressure therefore encounters an unexpected obstacle. Before he can become independent of the crowd, he must discover whether anything within him is sufficiently integrated to deserve the name independence. This changes the meaning of inner freedom. It cannot consist merely in following personal desire instead of social expectation, because personal desire itself may arise from contradictory sources. One impulse seeks security, while another demands risk. One part of the personality wants recognition, while another resents dependence upon approval. Conscious intentions can be undermined by reactions whose origins remain obscure. The ego may declare a position with complete confidence, while another part of the psyche quietly organizes resistance against it. The individual is not simply surrounded by conflicting forces. He carries conflict within himself. Jung therefore treats psychological development as a problem of organization. A personality requires something capable of bringing its divergent tendencies into a relationship without simply allowing one to dominate the others. This is not the order imposed by a collective doctrine. It is a difficult internal arrangement in which contradictions become visible enough to be confronted. The stronger this organization becomes, the less the individual needs external certainty to hold himself together. His resistance to mass psychology is no longer based upon stubborn opposition. It emerges from greater internal coherence. Here the political and psychological dimensions of Jung's argument converge. Mass movements offer precisely what an internally divided person lacks. They simplify conflict. Ambivalence becomes certainty. Private contradiction is replaced by public conviction. Instead of negotiating opposing forces within himself, the individual can project conflict outward and join a collective struggle in which the boundaries appear reassuringly clear. The enemy carries what must be rejected. The group embodies what must be defended. A complicated inner landscape becomes an intelligible external drama. This helps explain why collective identification can feel like liberation. The individual experiences relief from psychological plurality. He no longer needs to endure uncertainty about who he is because the group provides a stable answer. Yet the apparent unity is borrowed. The unresolved contradictions have not disappeared. They have merely been reorganized around collective symbols, loyalties, and antagonisms. Jung's concern with the unconscious becomes unavoidable at this point. The personality cannot genuinely organize itself while excluding everything that contradicts the conscious self-image. Whatever consciousness refuses to acknowledge remains psychologically active. It may emerge through symptoms, disproportionate emotions, fantasies, projections, or inexplicable resistance. The unconscious is disturbing not because it is simply chaotic, but because it repeatedly reveals that the ego does not possess the authority it imagines. The implications are severe. A person can defend freedom publicly, while privately requiring submission to certainty. He can condemn aggression while carrying unrecognized hostility. He can celebrate rationality while being moved by emotional forces he cannot name. The collective does not create these contradictions. It gives them a stage. The individual capable of resisting the mass must therefore accomplish something more demanding than intellectual independence. He must tolerate the discovery that the forces threatening his autonomy do not originate exclusively outside him. The state can dominate. Propaganda can manipulate. The crowd can overwhelm. But each acquires psychological leverage through structures already present within the person. Self-knowledge now becomes inseparable from inner integration. The task is no longer merely to discover hidden contents. It is to create a personality capable of remaining present when those contents contradict the identity consciousness would prefer to preserve. Only then can individual judgment become something more substantial than another opinion competing inside a divided mind. The pattern beneath consciousness. The demand for inner integration eventually forces psychology beyond the boundaries of the conscious personality. If the individual were only what he consciously knows himself to be, self-knowledge would remain a comparatively simple task. Reflection could identify motives, correct mistaken beliefs, and gradually construct a more coherent identity. Jung's experience leads him elsewhere. The psyche contains determinants that consciousness did not create, cannot freely alter, and often recognizes only after they have already influenced behavior. The individual discovers that his psychological life rests upon foundations deeper than personal intention. This becomes particularly visible in neurosis. Psychological suffering cannot always be understood as a defect that should simply be removed. A symptom may reveal a conflict between the conscious position and tendencies that have been excluded from it. The disturbance then carries information. It exposes the inadequacy of the arrangement, through which the individual has been attempting to live. What appears merely pathological may also be the psyche's refusal to remain confined within a conscious attitude that has become too narrow. The same principle applies to instinct. Human beings may imagine themselves as creatures governed primarily by reason, yet instinctive patterns continue operating beneath rational identity. Civilization can discipline them, redirect them, and cover them with elaborate cultural forms, but it cannot simply abolish them. When consciousness becomes too detached from these foundations, the resulting imbalance does not make the instinct disappear. It makes its return harder to recognize. Jung extends this argument beyond personal biography. The unconscious contains patterns that cannot be explained adequately as products of one individual life. Similar symbolic structures appear across cultures, religions, dreams, myths, and historical periods separated by enormous distances. Their recurrence suggests inherited forms through which human beings organize fundamental experiences. The specific image changes according to culture and circumstance, but the underlying pattern remains recognizable. These archaic structures create another difficulty for modern consciousness. They possess an emotional intensity that rational explanation does not automatically dissolve. A person may reject the literal meaning of an ancient image while remaining susceptible to the psychological pattern expressed through it. The sacred king can return as the political leader. The promised kingdom can return as the perfected society. The enemy of divine order can return as the ideological enemy whose destruction appears morally necessary. Modern language changes the costume without necessarily changing the drama. This is why Jung considers the unconscious indispensable to understanding mass psychology. Collective movements can activate patterns much older than the political doctrines through which they appear. Their extraordinary emotional force cannot be explained entirely by policy or argument because they touch psychological structures capable of transforming ordinary political commitments into experiences of destiny, salvation, sacrifice, and absolute opposition. Yet inherited patterns do not dictate a single outcome. Their expression depends upon the relationship consciousness establishes with them. When they remain unconscious, they can seize the individual through projection and collective identification. When recognized, they become available for reflection and transformation. The task is not to eliminate the archaic foundation of the psyche, which would be impossible, but to establish a conscious relationship with it. This requires symbols capable of mediating between ancient psychological patterns and modern awareness. Traditional images cannot simply be repeated as though consciousness had never changed, nor can they be discarded without consequence. They must be understood again in forms capable of carrying their psychological meaning into the present. The problem of the individual has therefore expanded enormously. What began as resistance to collective pressure has become an encounter with the inherited architecture of human nature. The mass is powerful partly because it awakens forces already waiting within the psyche. To become individual is not to escape those forces. It is to stop encountering them only after they have become the crowd. When ancient patterns enter modern history, the discovery of inherited psychological patterns changes the meaning of collective history. Political movements can no longer be understood only through their declared programs, because the emotional intensity surrounding them may come from much older structures within the psyche. A modern ideology can speak the language of economics, progress, science, or national destiny, while activating patterns once carried by myth and religion. The vocabulary changes, but the psychological drama remains recognizable. Leaders become vessels of collective expectation. Enemies acquire exaggerated moral significance. Historical events begin to feel like episodes in a struggle whose meaning exceeds ordinary politics. This is one reason rational criticism often proves surprisingly ineffective against mass conviction. An argument addressed to conscious belief may never reach the deeper structure, giving that belief its emotional force. A person can be shown contradictions in a doctrine and remain attached to it because the doctrine is carrying more than propositions. It may organize belonging, fear, hope, sacrifice, and the expectation of renewal. What appears intellectually inconsistent can remain psychologically indispensable. Jung's emphasis on archetypal patterns therefore complicates the modern assumption that humanity has simply left myth behind. Myth does not vanish when people stop believing ancient stories literally. Its forms can migrate. The heroic redeemer can become a political figure promising national restoration. The chosen community can become a nation, class, or movement imagined as the privileged agent of history. The apocalyptic enemy can reappear as the group blamed for corruption and decline. A future paradise can become a perfected social order whose arrival justifies suffering in the present. The secular world remains capable of producing sacred intensity because the psychological structures behind sacred imagery have not disappeared. The danger lies not in possessing these patterns. They belong to the inherited foundations of human psychic life. The danger appears when consciousness mistakes their activation for an objective description of reality. An enemy then seems absolutely evil because the image projected upon him carries more emotional weight than the actual person. A leader appears larger than life because collective expectations have transformed him into the bearer of a symbolic role. The individual believes he is responding rationally to current events while participating in a drama whose architecture is far older than the circumstances that triggered it. This gives projection an enormous cultural significance. What remains unrecognized within the psyche tends to be encountered outside it. The collective provides countless surfaces upon which such contents can appear. Nations project upon nations. Political groups construct opposing identities through exaggerated images of one another. Communities achieve internal cohesion by locating threatening qualities beyond their boundaries. The external conflict then strengthens the internal identity, which in turn requires the conflict to remain psychologically convincing. Modern systems of communication can intensify this process because symbolic images circulate with unprecedented speed. The individual repeatedly encounters simplified figures representing virtue, danger, betrayal, strength, victimhood, or salvation. Repetition gives these images apparent solidity. The more widely they circulate, the easier it becomes to mistake collective recognition for truth. The statistical mass now acquires an imaginative life, and the individual can enter it without ever standing physically inside a crowd. Yet Jung's argument does not end in suspicion toward symbols. Human beings cannot simply abandon symbolic life and retreat into pure rationality. Symbols are also the means through which unconscious patterns can become available to consciousness. The task is to develop forms capable of expressing inherited psychic realities without allowing those realities to possess the individual blindly. This requires reinterpretation. Ancient images must be encountered in relation to the consciousness of the present rather than repeated mechanically or dismissed as obsolete. The cultural stakes are considerable. A civilization unable to understand its own symbols does not become free from them. It becomes more vulnerable to their return in disguised forms. What religion once contained consciously may reappear unconsciously in politics. What myth once represented symbolically may be acted out literally between social groups. What the individual refuses to confront psychologically can expand until it appears as historical destiny. The unknown within the person and the forces moving through collective history are therefore no longer separate problems. They are different scales of the same psychological reality. The individual who remains unconscious of the patterns shaping him does not merely misunderstand himself. Under the right collective conditions, he may help turn those patterns into history. The individual who can no longer hide. The argument has now moved far from the apparent simplicity of individual freedom. At first, the individual seemed threatened primarily by forces outside himself, by the state, collective opinion, institutional authority, and the psychological gravity of the mass. Yet Jung's investigation has progressively removed that comfortable distinction. External power succeeds partly because it encounters corresponding structures within the psyche. The collective can offer certainty because the individual is divided. It can provide identity because he remains uncertain of his own. It can project enemies before him because he has not recognized the forces within himself that require an enemy. Self-knowledge, therefore, becomes more demanding than the discovery of a private identity hidden beneath social expectations. There is no pristine personality waiting beneath the surface, untouched by history, instinct, culture, and inherited psychic patterns. The person who turns inward encounters a structure already populated by forces older than his conscious biography. Instinctive tendencies, autonomous reactions, recurring symbolic forms, and unconscious contradictions complicate every simple declaration of who he believes himself to be. This is why individuality cannot mean impulsive self-expression. To follow whatever emerges from within would merely replace obedience to external forces with obedience to unconscious ones. Jung's individual must instead develop a relationship with what appears inside him. Consciousness has to remain present before contradiction. It must recognize the difference between an impulse and a judgment, between projection and perception, between an inherited pattern and the concrete reality upon which that pattern has been placed. The task also explains why inherited symbols remain necessary. Consciousness cannot simply reason its way out of the deeper architecture of the psyche. Images capable of mediating between instinctive foundations and modern awareness provide forms through which unconscious material can become thinkable without being acted out literally. But those forms must remain alive. When symbols become rigid formulas, they lose their mediating function. When they are discarded entirely, the psychic forces they once contained do not disappear. They seek new expressions. The consequences extend immediately back into collective life. A civilization composed of individuals who cannot recognize their own unconscious susceptibility remains vulnerable regardless of its political sophistication. Its citizens may defend freedom while projecting everything threatening onto opponents. They may celebrate rationality while responding to archaic images disguised as political facts. They may reject myth while unconsciously living inside one. The decisive counterweight to mass-mindedness, therefore, cannot be manufactured collectively. Institutions can protect the conditions under which individuality develops, but they cannot perform the development themselves. The work occurs in the singular psyche, where inherited patterns meet personal experience and conscious responsibility. This is the difficult meaning of the undiscovered self. What remains unknown within the individual is not merely private. Given sufficient collective force, it becomes cultural, political, and historical. The person who refuses to encounter it does not leave it behind. He carries it into the world. The split within modern man. Modern man has become extraordinarily skilled at changing the world and remarkably uncertain about what those changes are doing to him. His ideas usually follow reality rather than anticipate it. They remain convincing while circumstances remain familiar, then suddenly reveal their age when the outer situation changes faster than the inner images by which life has been understood. At that point, the crisis is not merely political or intellectual. A whole philosophy of life begins to fracture because the symbols that once connected conscious thought with instinct no longer fit the world consciousness has created. This is the predicament Jung finds beneath modern rationalism. The old images cannot simply be discarded and replaced by a more efficient set of ideas. A rational system designed entirely around present conditions may describe the surface with impressive precision while cutting the individual off from something older and less negotiable within him. Human beings are historical creatures, but they are also biological ones. Their instincts carry forms and expectations that civilization can modify without abolishing. A worldview that forgets this may become perfectly adapted to the state, the economy, or scientific knowledge, while leaving the person who inhabits it increasingly estranged from himself. The modern mind tries to solve this tension by choosing sides. On one side stands knowledge, empirical, critical, and suspicious of inherited claims. On the other stands faith, preserving images whose literal forms belong to a world that has become difficult for contemporary consciousness to inhabit. The distance between them has grown so severe that they can appear to describe different realities. Yet both speak about the same human existence. Their inability to meet reveals something more disturbing than disagreement. It resembles a divided personality, each half defending its own truth, because neither can tolerate what recognition of the other would require. Jung sees this division not only in society, but inside the individual. The patient who arrives before the psychologist often carries the same split in miniature. One part has adapted to conscious values, accepted explanations, and the demands of the surrounding world. Another has been neglected, suppressed, or rendered unintelligible. The task cannot be to declare one half correct and eliminate the other. A whole personality can emerge only when both are brought into relation. Society faces the same problem because society has no existence apart from the individuals who carry its contradictions. Here the argument takes a darker turn. Civilization has developed an immense faith in words. Terms such as state and society begin as abstractions, then acquire the psychological weight of living beings. People expect from them, blame them, obey them, and invoke them as though they possessed an existence independent of the persons who compose them. The word, once a bridge toward meaning, can detach itself from experience and become a slogan. When that happens, belief becomes credulity, and language becomes available to propaganda, advertising, manipulation, and lies on a scale earlier societies could scarcely imagine. The danger is easy to misrecognize because modern consciousness prides itself on rationality. It imagines that better arguments, clearer instructions, and correct ideals should be enough to produce better people. Psychology discovers otherwise. Telling a person what he ought to do does not reveal whether he can do it, whether he wants to do it, or what hidden forces resist the command. Beneath the conscious personality lies an instinctual life organized around sexuality, self-preservation, assertion, imitation, and motives that refuse to fit neatly inside moral language. The more civilization teaches man to master the external world, the easier it becomes for him to mistake his conscious picture of himself for his actual being. Knowledge grows. Control expands. The forgotten counterweight grows with them. This is where Jung places the next crisis. Modern man is not simply losing old beliefs. He is losing contact with the instinctual ground that once gave those beliefs psychological life. The resulting conflict cannot remain private forever. What is suppressed in individuals accumulates, seeks an image, finds a collective language, and eventually returns through history. The outer upheaval then becomes the visible biography of an inner division nobody resolved. The civilization divided against itself. The crisis becomes more precise when Jung treats the division between faith and knowledge as a psychological fact rather than an intellectual disagreement. Modern consciousness has inherited two ways of approaching reality that no longer know how to speak to one another. Scientific knowledge demands evidence and criticism. Religious faith preserves images rooted in tradition and symbolic experience. Each claims to concern the same world, yet their languages have become so incompatible that the individual can move between them almost as if changing personalities. The cultural controversy therefore resembles inward dissociation. For Jung, the analogy with neurosis is deliberate. A divided psyche does not become whole because one side defeats the other. Suppression merely drives the rejected position into another form, where it continues to exert pressure without being consciously recognized. The analyst must relate to both sides, because a complete person cannot be constructed while one half is silenced. The same logic applies to modern society. Its conflict between rational knowledge and inherited faith cannot be resolved by declaring either consciousness sufficient. The outer division is carried by individuals. This point changes the scale of responsibility. Society and the state appear enormous, but Jung reverses the hierarchy. Only the individual personality is directly alive. Society and state are conceptual realities that exist through the people composing them. Collective dissociation is therefore not an illness floating above human beings. It is produced cumulatively through countless divided personalities. The social crisis enlarges a psychological crisis, and the individual is where the fracture can be encountered. Yet modern culture has developed a peculiar way of hiding this dependence. It gives abstractions the psychological status of persons. The state becomes a giver, judge, protector, and object of resentment. Society becomes an ethical authority credited with intentions and even creative powers. Jung traces this inflation to the historical prestige of the word. A civilization shaped by the logos learned to invest words with immense authority. Once the word becomes detached from living reality, however, that achievement develops a shadow. A term can then become more convincing than the reality beneath it. People forget that society consists of people and the state acts through human decisions. The abstraction acquires emotional substance, while the individuals sustaining it disappear behind the name. Credulity follows easily because the word now seems to guarantee the thing. Propaganda and advertising exploit precisely this gap. Repetition and collective recognition can make language feel true before experience tests it. The modern person, proud of rational sophistication, becomes vulnerable through the very instrument he associates with reason. Jung finds the same mechanism within personal conflict. Credulity offers relief from doubt. When contradiction becomes painful, the individual is tempted to accept a formula capable of silencing the opposing voice. This explains why instruction has limited psychological force. One can tell another person what is right, but that does not mean the whole personality can follow. Advice addresses consciousness. The resistance may come from somewhere consciousness neither understands nor controls. The psychologist must approach differently. Instead of adding another command to the existing collection of moral demands, he must become acquainted with the actual psychic inventory of the individual. That means following the personality beyond its respectable conscious account into instinctual life. The human being encountered, there is not only a rational citizen or moral subject. He remains an organism bound to the body, carrying drives that civilization has transformed without eliminating. Sexuality and self-assertion emerge powerfully because they serve biological demands of continuation and preservation of human life. These forces also collide. Desire can conflict with self-protection. Assertion can interfere with attachment. The preservation of the individual and the continuation of life do not always point in the same direction. Moral systems arise partly because such collisions require regulation, yet moral judgment cannot erase the energies being regulated. The psychological problem begins when conscious identity mistakes successful restraint for disappearance. What has been controlled remains part of the personality, capable of returning through conflict, symptom, fantasy, emotion, or behavior. Even the familiar distinction between sexual and power motives proves unstable. Jung notes that the same symptom can often be interpreted convincingly through either perspective. An apparently sexual action may conceal an arrangement of power, while self-assertion may carry motives that another theory would understand differently. Rather than proving that one explanation must be false, this ambiguity suggests a more complicated instinctual field in which several tendencies compete, overlap, and modify one another. Human motivation refuses the simplicity that a single explanatory doctrine would impose upon it. The complication deepens with the capacity for learning. Human beings do not merely obey instinct. They imitate, acquire new behaviors, adapt to changing environments, and transform inherited patterns. This extraordinary flexibility is one foundation of civilization, but Jung sees its psychological cost. Learning can modify instinct so extensively that civilized man loses sight of the original pattern beneath his adaptations. The more successfully he learns to inhabit the world he has created, the easier it becomes to identify himself with the conscious personality produced by that world. Here the earlier conflict between faith and knowledge acquires another meaning. It is one expression of a deeper separation between conscious adaptation and instinctual foundation. Modern man directs enormous attention outward because survival and success reward knowledge of external conditions. He observes, measures, invents, organizes, and controls. These achievements are real, yet their very profitability encourages neglect of the inner ground from which consciousness emerged. Eventually his conception of himself begins replacing his actual being. The division of modern culture is therefore not accidental. A civilization that lives increasingly through concepts becomes vulnerable to mistaking its descriptions for reality. The rejected instinctual life does not vanish. It gathers pressure beneath the conscious order, waiting for forms through which it can return. Jung is preparing the decisive reversal. What appears to be a struggle among ideas may actually be the surface expression of a human being estranged from the forces that still move beneath his ideas. The estrangement from instinct. The capacity to learn appears at first to be one of humanity's most obvious advantages. It allows behavior to escape the rigidity of instinct, permits adaptation to unfamiliar conditions, and makes the cumulative development of civilization possible. Yet Jung finds a paradox inside this achievement. The same capacity that makes human beings extraordinarily adaptable can progressively estrange them from the instinctual pattern beneath their adaptations. Civilization advances because inherited behavior can be modified. Psychological instability appears when modification becomes separation, and the conscious personality begins to live as though the foundations it has outgrown no longer exist. Modern consciousness is particularly vulnerable because the external world rewards precisely this movement. Knowledge of surroundings produces practical power. Scientific observation permits prediction. Technical skill transforms environments that once dictated the limits of human existence. The person therefore learns to orient attention outward, toward whatever can be investigated, controlled, and adapted to conscious purposes. The success is so extraordinary that the psychological cost becomes almost invisible. While mastering the world, man forgets the nature through which he belongs to it. His conscious conception of himself gradually replaces his actual being. The distinction is crucial. A conception is organized, verbal, socially communicable, and compatible with the rational order consciousness has created. Actual psychic existence includes elements that resist such clarity. Instincts, fantasies, impulses, dreams, emotions, bodily demands, and contradictory reactions continue to operate without waiting for the ego to authorize them. Yet because conscious adaptation has become so effective, the individual increasingly identifies reality with what consciousness can formulate. He slips into a conceptual world whose products begin to stand in place of what they were originally meant to describe. This gives the earlier supremacy of the word a deeper psychological meaning. The danger is not merely that political slogans can deceive. Language itself can become part of the mechanism through which consciousness distances itself from instinct. A person names what he is, explains what he believes, describes why he acts, and gradually experiences those descriptions as sufficient evidence of self-knowledge. The coherent narrative becomes persuasive precisely because the contradictory evidence has been excluded from it. But the excluded side continues to exist. Jung describes the resulting condition through a series of polarities. Consciousness separates from the unconscious. Spirit separates from nature. Knowledge separates from faith. Each division reflects the same underlying movement, the development of one side of the personality at the expense of another. Such tension can remain manageable while the neglected side stays weak enough to suppress. It becomes pathological when consciousness can no longer prevent the excluded material from demanding recognition. At this point, a private conflict can acquire collective form. Large numbers of individuals suffering from similar divisions create the conditions for movements that promise to champion whatever established consciousness has suppressed. The collective movement appears to identify an external cause for an inward distress. Economic structures, political arrangements, institutions, classes, or enemies are presented as the source of suffering, and social transformation promises resolution. Jung does not deny the reality of external injustice. His argument is narrower and psychologically more unsettling. No alteration of external conditions can automatically heal a divided personality. When this distinction is ignored, liberation can become reversal. The previously suppressed position rises into dominance, while the former conscious order is driven downward. The structure itself remains unchanged. One side still rules by excluding the other. What is altered is only which side possesses power. Jung describes the returning underside as turbulent because repression has not transformed it. It has merely accumulated energy outside conscious responsibility. Once released collectively, it can demand forms of control as severe as those it originally opposed. The pattern is psychologically familiar. A person who has spent years suppressing anger may eventually become possessed by it and experience the eruption as liberation. Yet being controlled by the rejected emotion is no more integrated than being unable to feel it. The personality has simply reversed its allegiance. What was below is now above. What was conscious becomes condemned. The conflict survives because neither side has entered a relationship with the other. Jung sees the same structure in revolutionary politics. A movement may emerge as the representative of those who have been suppressed, then construct a new order in which freedom must be restricted to defend the victory. The promise of liberation becomes compatible with coercion because the underlying psychic opposition remains unresolved. The external revolution reproduces the internal split in another arrangement. The root has not been transformed. Only the counterposition has acquired historical power. This is where the shadow becomes politically decisive. It is tempting for a society to locate the destructive side of human nature in the opposing system. The ideological enemy offers a visible container for everything the collective wishes not to recognize in itself. Jung observes this tendency in the Western response to communism. The repression and loss of freedom on the other side of the political boundary made it psychologically convenient for the West to identify itself with freedom, morality, and correct ideals. Evil now possessed an address, but the clarity is deceptive. A geographical frontier can begin functioning like a psychological boundary between conscious identity and unconscious content. The opponent becomes the carrier of aggression, domination, deception, and moral corruption, while the observing society experiences itself as essentially reasonable and humane. The darker possibilities of its own nature disappear from the self-image because they have become so visible elsewhere. Jung recognizes something deeply dangerous in this arrangement. A person who believes himself incapable of evil has not eliminated evil from his psychological possibilities. He has eliminated awareness of those possibilities. The loss of the shadow, therefore, does not make the personality morally superior. It makes conscious judgment less informed about the forces capable of contradicting it. The phrase becomes almost literal in Jung's political analysis. Western man risks identifying with a fictive personality while assigning his spiritual and moral opponent to the other side of the frontier. The outer division then reinforces the inner one. The enemy abroad carries what the citizen cannot recognize at home, and the more convincing this projection becomes, the less reason consciousness has to examine its own motives. This is why Jung refuses to treat the shadow as an abstract symbol for everything unpleasant. Its foundation lies in instinctual nature. It possesses energy. It generates images, reactions, fantasies, impulses, and emotional positions that may conflict sharply with conscious intentions. Ignoring these forces does not make them less real, just as contempt for the body does not prevent physical excess from producing consequences. Psychic life has its own forms of consequence. The modern individual nevertheless continues to behave as though consciousness were the whole personality. Jung describes this illusion with an especially compact opposition. Man thinks of himself as simple when psychologically he is double. Decades of psychological investigation have demonstrated an unconscious counterweight capable of influencing conscious thought and behavior, yet ordinary life proceeds as though this discovery had no practical implications. People continue to regard their motives as transparent and their moral intentions as reliable evidence of what they actually are. The unsettling consequence is that rationality itself can become part of the defense. A person explains his actions so convincingly that he no longer asks what else might have motivated it. A nation describes its principles so clearly that it ceases to examine the impulses contradicting them. Conscious ideals become a mirror in which both can admire the personality they prefer to possess. The forgotten instinct does not disappear behind that reflection. It waits within the observer, accumulating the very power that conscious certainty refuses to acknowledge. The shadow behind the moral ideal. Once the individual mistakes his conscious identity for the whole personality, moral certainty acquires a dangerous simplicity. He knows what he believes, remembers the principles he has chosen, and can usually provide convincing reasons for his actions. From this perspective, wrongdoing seems to belong primarily to people whose values are different from his own. The more strongly he identifies with a moral position, the easier it becomes to imagine that the destructive tendencies condemned by that position have been removed from his nature. Jung sees precisely the opposite. Conscious virtue can coexist with unconscious forces that contradict it, and the contradiction becomes more dangerous when the individual has no language for recognizing it. This is why knowledge of the shadow cannot remain an abstract psychological insight. It changes the meaning of moral responsibility. A person who admits that aggression, selfishness, resentment, envy, cowardice, and the desire for domination belong to the range of his own possibilities approaches ethical life differently from someone who locates those qualities exclusively in others. The admission does not excuse destructive behavior. It removes the illusion that moral intention guarantees moral innocence. Consciousness must now reckon with a personality larger and less predictable than the image it presents to itself. Jung considers this realization unpleasant enough that people naturally resist it. The shadow contradicts the preferred portrait of the personality. It introduces motives the ego would rather interpret as foreign, accidental, or provoked by circumstance. Yet psychology cannot afford the luxury of judging human beings exclusively by what they consciously intend. The unconscious possesses a reality of its own, and its effects become visible precisely where conscious explanation begins to fail. An emotion appears with disproportionate intensity. A reaction exceeds the event that supposedly caused it. A judgment about another person becomes strangely absolute. The hidden personality announces itself through the excess. Projection becomes one of the most consequential expressions of this mechanism. What the individual cannot recognize as belonging to himself is experienced more readily when it appears outside him. Another person seems to embody the arrogance, hostility, weakness, impurity, or corruption that consciousness refuses to include within its own identity. Because the projected quality has a genuine psychic source, the perception arrives with unusual conviction. The individual does not experience himself as inventing an enemy. He experiences himself as finally seeing the enemy clearly. This mechanism becomes far more dangerous when shared collectively. Groups can organize themselves around images of an opponent carrying precisely the characteristics they exclude from their own self-conception. The political enemy becomes irrational, aggressive, deceitful, authoritarian, or morally corrupt, while the observing group experiences itself as the defender of reason, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. Some accusations may correspond to reality. Projection does not require the external object to be innocent. Its distinctive feature is the refusal to recognize that the psychological capacity being condemned also exists within the person who condemns it. The Cold War division gives Jung an immense historical image of this process. The ideological frontier separating East and West becomes psychologically charged because it can function as a boundary between conscious identity and rejected possibility. One side appears to possess the shadow of the other. Political geography then begins to mirror psychic geography. The destructive qualities of humanity are imagined as concentrated beyond a border, allowing those on this side to preserve a cleaner image of themselves. The result is not merely hypocrisy. Jung's concern is more structural. When a collective loses awareness of its own shadow, it also loses part of its capacity to predict its own behavior. Actions taken in the name of defense can acquire the characteristics attributed to the enemy. Measures justified as necessary protections of freedom can gradually restrict freedom. Moral certainty can legitimize aggression because aggression is experienced as a response to evil rather than as a possibility arising within the responding group itself. This is how opposites begin to resemble one another. Each side watches the other and organizes itself in response. Fear of the opponent justifies greater concentration of power. That concentration confirms the opponent's fear. Defensive preparations become evidence of hostile intention. Each reaction becomes the reason for another reaction, and the two systems increasingly develop through mutual observation. The enemy does not merely threaten identity. He participates in producing it. The psychological resemblance is especially uncomfortable because conscious ideology insists upon difference. Each side defines itself through what the other supposedly is not. Yet the more completely identity depends upon opposition, the more the adversaries become locked together. Their rivalry creates a hidden form of imitation. Each develops the instruments required to answer the other. Each adopts secrecy because the other is secretive, force because the other possesses force, propaganda because the other uses propaganda. Opposition becomes a relationship of mutual formation. The shadow therefore has a peculiar capacity to make enemies resemble one another, while allowing each to experience the resemblance only in the other. This is one of the most disturbing consequences of projection. The person sees his own unrecognized possibility approaching from outside and responds by becoming more like the image he fears. What he rejects begins shaping him. Jung's insistence that man is psychologically double now acquires its full weight. The unconscious is not simply a collection of forgotten memories waiting beneath consciousness. It behaves as a counterposition capable of compensating for the one-sidedness of conscious identity. The more exclusively a person identifies with one attitude, the more strongly its opposite can gather beneath the surface. A conscious identity organized around absolute rationality may coexist with powerful irrational reactions. An identity built upon goodness can conceal hostility. A culture that defines itself entirely through freedom may remain fascinated by power. This compensatory relationship does not mean that every conscious position is secretly false. It means that psychological wholeness cannot be achieved by selecting one side of human possibility and declaring the remainder non-existent. Consciousness differentiates by choosing, but every choice leaves something outside its boundary. The neglected material does not vanish merely because the ego has constructed a coherent identity without it. Modern civilization intensifies the problem because its external achievements encourage confidence in conscious control. Technology responds to intention with astonishing reliability. Institutions organize enormous populations. Scientific prediction makes parts of nature increasingly manageable. It becomes psychologically tempting to assume that the same sovereignty applies inwardly. Yet the psyche refuses the analogy. A person cannot command himself with the same certainty with which he commands a machine. The encounter with the shadow destroys that fantasy. It reveals that the individual contains another standpoint, one capable of opposing conscious purposes and producing consequences that the ego neither intended nor anticipated. The discovery can feel humiliating because it reduces the sovereignty of consciousness. But for Jung, this humiliation is also the beginning of a more realistic form of responsibility. The person who knows himself as double can no longer explain every conflict through the defects of the external world. Something within him has entered the equation, and once that happens, the enemy outside loses the privilege of carrying everything he refuses to see. The enemy within the mirror. The recognition of the shadow changes the meaning of conflict because it removes the comforting assumption that destructive forces belong naturally to the opposing side. Once the individual accepts that consciousness represents only part of the personality, every moral confrontation acquires a second dimension. There is still an external situation that must be judged, sometimes with complete seriousness. But there is also the psychic position from which that judgment is made. The enemy may genuinely be dangerous, yet the image constructed around him can still carry qualities that consciousness has refused to recognize within itself. This is precisely what makes projection so difficult to detect. It attaches itself to reality, and then exaggerates that reality with material drawn from the observer. Jung's political argument depends upon this distinction. The West does not need to imagine communist repression in order to project upon communism. The existence of oppression does not prevent the psychological mechanism from operating. Projection begins when the observer uses the external fact to preserve an impossible conclusion about himself. The other side becomes the location of tyranny, aggression, deception, and moral corruption, while one's own side becomes identified with freedom, reason, justice, and humane values. What disappears is not the difference between political systems. What disappears is awareness that the same human possibilities remain present on both sides of the boundary. This makes self-knowledge politically uncomfortable. It interrupts the moral simplicity through which collective identities stabilize themselves. A society gains cohesion when its members share an image of what they are and what they oppose. The clearer the enemy becomes, the easier it is to experience the group as unified. But the psychological cost of that clarity can be enormous. Qualities that contradict the collective ideal must be denied, minimized, rationalized, or attributed elsewhere. The group begins defending not only its territory or institutions, but its preferred image of itself. Jung refuses to confuse this recognition with moral relativism. To discover one's own capacity for aggression does not mean that all acts of aggression become equivalent. To acknowledge the possibility of tyranny within one's own society does not erase the concrete tyranny of another. The point is more demanding. Judgment becomes more reliable when it includes knowledge of the judge. Without that knowledge, moral conviction can become a vehicle for precisely the tendencies it believes itself to oppose. The psychological danger increases because the unconscious does not simply contain ideas. It carries effect. Its contents arrive charged with emotion, and emotional intensity narrows the field of consciousness. Under sufficient pressure, nuance begins to feel like weakness. Doubt appears disloyal. The opponent is no longer encountered as a complicated human reality, but as the embodiment of a threatening principle. Once this happens collectively, projection becomes self-reinforcing. Every action of the enemy confirms the image already attached to him, while contradictory evidence loses psychological force. The two sides then enter a relationship of escalating resemblance. Each watches the other for signs of danger and reorganizes itself accordingly. The opponent accumulates weapons, therefore weapons must be accumulated. The opponent uses propaganda, therefore counter-propaganda becomes necessary. The opponent centralizes authority, therefore stronger coordination appears prudent. Each defensive adaptation provides the other side with evidence that its fears were justified. The rivalry begins to generate the very conditions each side claims merely to be responding to. There is something almost mechanical about this process, yet its engine is psychological. Neither side experiences itself as imitating the other. Each experiences itself as reacting rationally to necessity. The resemblance remains invisible because consciousness is occupied with difference. The enemy's aggression is aggression. One's own aggression is defense. His secrecy reveals conspiracy. One's own secrecy reflects prudence. His ideological certainty is fanaticism. One's own certainty is moral clarity. Language preserves the distinction even while behavior begins to converge. This is the collective version of a pattern Jung repeatedly encounters in individuals. A person becomes fascinated by a quality in another because the quality corresponds to something psychologically active, but consciously unrecognized within himself. The fascination may appear as admiration, hatred, fear, or obsessive criticism. What matters is the disproportionate intensity. The other person becomes more than himself. He becomes the carrier of psychic material that belongs partly to the observer. When projection operates between groups, the scale changes dramatically. Millions of people can participate in a shared image whose emotional force exceeds the concrete reality of those upon whom it is projected. The collective enemy becomes a symbolic figure. His actual characteristics matter, but they become fused with inherited images of betrayal, corruption, contamination, tyranny, chaos, or evil. Political conflict then begins to draw energy from psychological sources much older than the political situation itself. This is where the earlier problem of instinct returns. The shadow is not merely an intellectual correction to conscious self-esteem. It is rooted in the instinctual personality that civilization has never eliminated. Aggression, sexuality, self-preservation, imitation, competition, and the desire for power remain active beneath cultural refinement. They can be educated and transformed, but not abolished by moral declaration. When consciousness insists that certain impulses are incompatible with its identity, those impulses do not cease functioning. They become harder to recognize when they reappear. The consequences are especially severe for a civilization that has become extraordinarily powerful. An individual unaware of his aggression can damage a relationship. A technologically advanced society unaware of its aggression possesses weapons, bureaucracies, industries, and systems of communication capable of translating unconscious tendencies into historical events. Psychological ignorance, therefore, becomes more dangerous as external power increases. The capacity to act has expanded faster than the capacity to understand the actor. Jung finds the situation disturbing precisely because modern man imagines himself more rational than his predecessors. Ancient cultures openly acknowledged invisible powers, dangerous gods, demons, spirits, and forces capable of overwhelming human intention. Modern consciousness dismisses such figures as projections of primitive minds, then behaves as though the psychic energies once represented by them disappeared when the names disappeared. But removing the mythological image does not necessarily remove the psychological fact. The forces return through emotions, ideologies, collective movements, and compulsions whose power surprises the consciousness that believed itself emancipated from them. The modern person can therefore become possessed without possessing a language of possession. He experiences an idea as unquestionably true, an enemy as unquestionably evil, or a collective cause as unquestionably necessary. Because the experience arrives through contemporary concepts rather than ancient religious imagery, it appears rational. Yet its intensity may reveal that something more than reasoning is occurring. This is why Jung insists upon the practical reality of the unconscious. It does not matter whether consciousness finds its contents respectable or philosophically convenient. Their effects can be observed. They alter judgment, produce symptoms, shape relationships, and influence collective behavior. The psyche exacts consequences when one of its sides is persistently ignored, just as the body does when its limits are disregarded. The recognition that man is psychologically double, therefore, becomes the threshold of a different kind of realism. The individual is no longer permitted to measure himself exclusively by intentions. He must also consider effects, recurring reactions, emotional excesses, fantasies, contradictions, and the judgments he reserves most passionately for others. These are not automatic revelations of hidden truth, but they are evidence that the conscious account may be incomplete. What changes is the structure of responsibility. Before this recognition, the individual can imagine himself as a unified moral agent confronting disturbances produced largely by the world outside. After it, every conflict raises another question. What part of the reaction belongs to the situation, and what part has been supplied by the psyche observing it? The answer is rarely comfortable because it deprives the ego of complete innocence without relieving the external world of accountability. That tension is exactly what collective ideology tries to eliminate. Mass belief offers a simpler arrangement. Good and evil can be geographically, politically, or culturally distributed. The group supplies identity, while the enemy supplies the shadow. The psychic burden of contradiction is exported. Self-knowledge reverses that transaction. It brings part of the conflict home. The individual begins to recover what had been projected outward, and with it comes a more difficult image of human nature. He is capable of the values he consciously defends, but he also contains tendencies capable of betraying them. His civilization carries ideals worth preserving, but it cannot preserve them by imagining itself constitutionally incapable of their opposite. The enemy remains outside, but the mirror has appeared beside him. When the inner conflict becomes history, the political consequences of psychological division become terrifying when they are combined with modern technical power. Humanity has always been capable of aggression, projection, fanaticism, and collective irrationality. What has changed is the scale at which those tendencies can now act. The psychological structure may remain ancient, but the instruments available to it are unprecedented. A disturbance that once might have destroyed a family, tribe, or city can now be amplified through institutions, armies, communication systems, and weapons capable of threatening civilization itself. Jung therefore refuses to locate the decisive danger in technology. The weapons exist on both sides of the political frontier, but they do not activate themselves. Behind every technical system stands a human psyche capable of judgment, fear, fantasy, resentment, and miscalculation. The fate of the world can depend upon minute changes in the psychological equilibrium of a handful of individuals whose conscious decisions possess enormous material consequences. The disturbing fact is not merely that humanity has created destructive power. It is that this power has been placed in the hands of a creature that still understands itself so poorly. Modern consciousness, nevertheless, continues to look outward. Political systems, weapons, economic structures, ideological enemies, and historical circumstances appear to be the real causes of danger because they are visible and measurable. Jung does not deny their importance. He challenges the assumption that they are psychologically autonomous. The external object becomes dangerous through the human being who perceives it, interprets it, and decides how to respond. A change in the psychic state of the decision-maker can alter the meaning of the same external conditions with astonishing speed. This gives psychological self-knowledge a cultural significance that can easily sound disproportionate until the structure of modern power is considered. The individual psyche seems small when compared with nations and institutions, yet nations and institutions can act only through individual psyches. A ruler who loses contact with an inner counterposition can translate private imbalance into collective catastrophe. Jung invokes the example of the modern leader precisely because history has already demonstrated how conscious conviction, when no inner opponent remains capable of challenging it, can become technologically organized destruction. The problem reaches further back than politics. Jung traces the forlorn condition of modern consciousness to the gradual loss of instinct accompanying humanity's increasing mastery over nature. Knowledge and technical skill strengthen the ego's confidence in deliberate control. Whatever appeared natural, accidental, irrational, or independent of conscious intention came to seem inferior. The external world became increasingly manageable, while the internal world was interpreted according to standards borrowed from conscious rationality. But the unconscious does not behave like an idea produced by consciousness. It appears objectively to the individual through emotions, fantasies, impulses, dreams, and contrary reactions that he does not deliberately manufacture. In this sense, Jung places the unconscious in a provocative position. It represents another psychic authority, one capable of opposing the ego's intentions. The resistance to this possibility is understandable because it threatens the monarchy of consciousness. Modern man has learned to imagine himself as the sovereign author of his psychological life. The unconscious introduces another claimant to the throne. Religious consciousness historically possessed a language for this limitation. The believer could accept that he was not the final authority in his own house because ultimate judgment belonged to God. Yet even this formulation becomes unstable when inherited faith weakens. Traditional conscience may still interpret inner reactions through collective ethical standards, but collective standards cannot exhaust the range of what emerges from the unconscious. Not every spontaneous psychic response is simply a moral command, and not every inner contradiction can be resolved by comparing it with an established rule. Here the earlier conflict between faith and knowledge returns in transformed form. Both become inadequate when they remain external to experience. Rational knowledge can tell the individual that an unconscious exists without forcing him to confront its effects in his own life. Religious doctrine can tell him that a higher authority exists without giving him an immediate experience of that authority. In both cases, the idea remains available while the psychological relationship has weakened. This is why Jung ends this movement by returning to religious experience itself. When the collective support of belief collapses, the individual can no longer rely upon the sheer suggestive power of shared conviction. More faith cannot simply be commanded into existence, because faith is not an act of conscious will. Its psychological foundation lies in spontaneous experience, in an encounter that places the individual in immediate relation with something capable of challenging the sovereignty of the ego. The cultural crisis has therefore arrived at an intensely private threshold. The world possesses enough external power to destroy itself, while the consciousness controlling that power has become increasingly detached from its instinctual and unconscious counterweight. Institutions cannot repair this division on behalf of the person. Political ideals cannot abolish it. Words cannot persuade it away. The future begins to depend upon whether the individual can encounter an authority within his own psychic reality that consciousness did not invent. The authority that consciousness cannot invent. The argument has now arrived at a place where political reform, rational knowledge, and inherited belief all reveal the same limitation. Each can organize consciousness, but none can guarantee that consciousness understands the forces operating beneath it. Modern man has achieved extraordinary command over external conditions while remaining exposed to an inner counterposition whose existence he prefers to acknowledge theoretically rather than experience personally. The imbalance becomes dangerous because technical power magnifies every psychological failure. A moment of fear, inflation, resentment, or certainty inside one individual can now acquire consequences that extend across entire populations. Jung therefore returns responsibility to the place modern thinking repeatedly tries to remove it from: the individual psyche. The state cannot possess a shadow except through the people who act in its name. Society cannot become divided except through divided individuals. Even the ideological enemy cannot carry the darkness attributed to him without someone first refusing to recognize the corresponding possibility within himself. The collective crisis remains real, but its psychological foundations cannot be confronted collectively. This requires a painful revision of conscious sovereignty. The individual must recognize that the ego is not the sole authority within psychic life. The unconscious confronts consciousness with reactions it did not choose, images it did not construct, and tendencies that may contradict everything it believes about itself. To take these phenomena seriously is not to surrender rational judgment. It is to admit that judgment operates inside a personality larger than the judging ego. Traditional religion once gave this limitation a symbolic language. Man stood beneath an authority greater than himself. But collective faith loses its protective force when its symbols survive only as inherited propositions. Belief cannot simply be intensified through decision. No one can command himself to possess genuine faith merely because faith would be psychologically useful. When the collective support of religion weakens, only immediate experience can restore the relationship that doctrine once represented. The consequence is decisive. The problem of modern civilization cannot finally be solved by giving the individual another correct formula to believe. That would repeat the supremacy of the word that helped create his estrangement in the first place. What is required must occur as experience, as an encounter with something within psychic reality that the conscious personality did not manufacture and cannot simply command. The undiscovered self now begins to acquire its full meaning. It is not a hidden version of the ego waiting to be uncovered. It is the larger psychological reality before which the ego discovers its limits. And only from that recognition can another kind of authority begin. Self-knowledge and the future of humanity. Modern civilization has reached a point where its greatest danger can no longer be blamed on ignorance alone. It knows too much about the external world to pretend that knowledge itself will save it. The deeper problem is that the human being who commands this knowledge remains largely unknown to himself. Jung places self-knowledge at this threshold, not as a private luxury, but as the first serious declaration that an individual considers his own psychic existence worthy of attention. The movement inward begins with dignity, because the person stops treating himself as an interchangeable unit and approaches the hidden foundations of consciousness. Those foundations lead toward the unconscious, and here Jung makes a distinction that changes the entire argument. The unconscious is not God, nor can psychology prove what lies beyond it. It is the medium through which religious experience appears to emerge. The ultimate source remains outside human knowledge. What matters psychologically is that experiences of overwhelming numinosity occur, and when they occur, they possess their own certainty. The person seized by such an experience does not require an abstract proof that something happened. The event has already altered the scale by which ordinary consciousness measures reality. This makes the modern prejudice against the unconscious strangely revealing. It is often imagined as a basement of primitive impulses, a residue beneath civilized thought, something merely animal and therefore unworthy of spiritual significance. Yet Jung turns that contempt against itself. Christianity began with an image of sacred value appearing in the humblest possible surroundings, not in a palace or temple, but among animals in a stable. Modern mass consciousness repeats the old mistake when it expects the numinous to arrive through impressive institutions, collective spectacles, or public authority, while overlooking the obscure interior place where experience actually becomes personal. Neither political side finds this easy to accept. One locates truth in historical revelation arriving from outside the individual. The other rejects religious experience while demanding intense faith in political doctrine. Both remain suspicious of a source that cannot be administered collectively. The unconscious belongs to no party, institution, or creed. Its contents can disturb every established certainty, which is precisely why serious self-examination becomes more than introspection. It threatens the arrangements through which collective identities protect themselves from contradiction. The urgency grows because those identities now exist in a world where isolation has collapsed. Traditions, religions, peoples, and ideological systems that once developed at great distances have become immediate neighbors. Their symbols collide, their claims overlap, and their assumptions can no longer remain protected by geography. Mutual understanding becomes unavoidable, but understanding another standpoint requires more than tolerance. It requires enough knowledge of one's own psychic position to recognize where perception ends and projection begins. That demand is severe. Self-knowledge leads directly toward the shadow, toward precisely those capacities that individuals and civilizations prefer to assign elsewhere. Intelligence alone offers no guarantee that this confrontation will occur. A brilliant mind can remain morally evasive, just as a sophisticated society can accumulate knowledge while refusing the psychological implications of its own history. Jung sees no reason for easy optimism here. The split between intellect and feeling belongs to the problem itself. The modern individual therefore approaches self-knowledge under pressure from two directions. Outside him stands a world growing smaller, more interconnected, and more capable of collective destruction. Inside him stands an unconscious whose religious, instinctual, and destructive possibilities remain only partially recognized. The temptation is to search for salvation in systems large enough to conceal this uncertainty. Jung moves in the opposite direction. Before humanity can understand what threatens it collectively, one person must become willing to discover what threatens, sustains, and exceeds him within. The scale suddenly contracts from civilization to a single psyche. But the stakes do not become smaller. They become exact. This reversal is crucial because it removes the usual refuge of abstraction. Humanity cannot examine itself except through human beings, and no institution can perform that encounter on their behalf. The individual who enters it discovers not a comforting private sanctuary, but the psychological ground from which belief, fear, responsibility, and collective behavior arise. What seemed personal begins to reveal its historical weight. The human capacity for evil. Self-knowledge becomes dangerous the moment it ceases to mean discovering only what the individual would like to know about himself. The unconscious may provide the medium through which experiences of extraordinary meaning emerge, But the same descent also exposes qualities that consciousness has spent enormous energy refusing to recognize. The path toward psychological depth, therefore, does not lead exclusively toward wisdom, transcendence, or spiritual reassurance. It leads toward the shadow. And for Jung, the modern crisis cannot be understood until the individual accepts that this shadow belongs not merely to exceptional criminals or monstrous political regimes, but to human nature itself. The difficulty is intensified by history. The atrocities committed by modern dictatorships can easily appear as eruptions from another moral universe, evidence of what happens when civilization collapses into barbarism. Jung refuses this comforting distance. Europe had already accumulated centuries of religious warfare, persecution, bloodshed, and colonial violence before the totalitarian catastrophes of the 20th century. The horror of the present did not descend upon an innocent species. It revealed, with unprecedented technological efficiency, capacities that human beings had demonstrated repeatedly under different names and circumstances. This historical continuity changes the meaning of guilt. Jung is not arguing that every individual bears legal responsibility for crimes committed by strangers or ancestors. His claim is psychological and therefore more disturbing. If those crimes were committed by human beings, then the capacities that made them possible cannot simply be excluded from human nature. The individual shares that nature. He may never enact its most destructive possibilities, but he cannot honestly establish himself outside the species and declare that what humanity has repeatedly done has nothing to do with him. Ordinary consciousness resists this conclusion through a simple defense. Atrocity belongs to others. The murderer, dictator, fanatic, colonizer, torturer, and ideological enemy become separate categories of human being, psychologically distant from the respectable observer. Once historical violence recedes into the past, even societies that committed it can return to an image of normality in which the conditions that produced the violence seem to have disappeared. Memory becomes selective because innocence is easier to sustain when history is treated as something finished. But nothing psychological is resolved merely because it has been forgotten. The disposition remains. Jung therefore demands something considerably darker than moral optimism. The individual requires an imagination for evil, an ability to recognize what he might become under circumstances that consciousness prefers never to imagine. Without that capacity, harmlessness becomes a liability. Naivety does not protect a person from destructive forces. It prevents him from recognizing the conditions under which those forces could recruit him. This is one of the most uncomfortable turns in Jung's argument. The person who considers himself incapable of serious wrongdoing may be less prepared to resist it than the person who understands that the possibility already exists within him. Moral innocence can conceal psychological ignorance. The shadow gains leverage precisely where consciousness insists that there is nothing to examine. Projection follows almost automatically. What cannot be tolerated within is discovered outside. Fear associated with one's own destructive capacity migrates toward another person or group, and the opponent consequently appears more threatening than objective circumstances alone would justify. The mechanism strengthens conflict from both directions. The individual becomes increasingly convinced that danger belongs entirely to the other side, while his inability to recognize his own aggression leaves him less capable of responding to the actual situation with proportion and judgment. Jung sees an additional obstacle in the inherited tendency to treat evil as something that should not be touched, examined, or even named. The intention may be moral, but psychologically it reproduces an ancient strategy. What threatens the community is placed upon a scapegoat and driven beyond the frontier. The ritual changes, but the structure survives whenever individuals preserve their innocence by locating unwanted qualities exclusively in outsiders. Evil becomes something over there, carried by someone else. Yet once evil is admitted as a possibility within human nature, the entire moral landscape changes. Good no longer stands alone as the natural identity of consciousness confronting an alien opposite. Evil appears on the psychological stage as a genuine counterforce. Jung does not claim that the individual consciously chooses this condition. The split precedes recognition. Awareness merely reveals the dualism that was already operating beneath the moral self-image. Taking responsibility for this duality feels almost unbearable because it appears to implicate the individual in the darkness of humanity as a whole. The easier solution is localization. Criminality belongs to criminals. Fanaticism belongs to fanatics. Tyranny belongs to tyrants. The respectable person washes his hands because his conscious intentions differ from theirs. But Jung's psychology refuses to let intention define the entire personality. Human beings are partly victims of a psychic constitution they did not invent, containing possibilities that consciousness discovers rather than creates. The consequences become terrifying when this ancient psychological constitution acquires modern instruments. The human propensity toward violence may not have increased, but its means have. Scientific intelligence can now produce weapons capable of realizing destructive possibilities on a scale unimaginable to earlier civilizations. The scientists responsible need not be malicious. They may work with discipline, sacrifice, curiosity, and sincere devotion to knowledge. This is precisely what makes the problem so difficult. Catastrophic potential does not require consciously evil people. Even discovery itself cannot be attributed entirely to conscious intention. Intuition, sudden insight, and spontaneous ideas participate in creative work. The unconscious collaborates in human invention, just as it participates elsewhere in psychic life. Scientific progress, therefore, does not stand outside the psychological problem. The same psyche capable of revealing truth can place extraordinary power into human hands without simultaneously providing the moral development required to use it safely. Here Jung reaches the imbalance that gives the modern age its peculiar danger. Consciousness has expanded. Knowledge has differentiated. Technology has multiplied human effectiveness. Moral development has not advanced at the same rate. Humanity has enlarged the range of what it can do without achieving an equivalent enlargement of its knowledge of the creature who decides what should be done. Reason now encounters its limit. It can calculate consequences and understand that certain actions would be catastrophic. It can even recognize that nuclear destruction would threaten the continuation of the world that produced the weapons. Yet reason repeatedly loses authority when fear and projection seize the psychological field. Each side sees the decisive evil elsewhere and therefore experiences its own escalation as necessary protection. The crisis is no longer simply that humanity possesses dangerous weapons. It is that the split within the psyche has acquired instruments capable of externalizing itself on a planetary scale. What remains unrecognized in one individual can accumulate through millions of others, organize itself into collective movements, and eventually return as political reality. The shadow has crossed the boundary between psychology and history. The architecture of projection. The discovery of the shadow becomes politically decisive when Jung turns from historical guilt to the mechanism that keeps guilt psychologically invisible. Human beings construct identities that require forgetting. The respectable citizen, civilized nation, and morally confident movement depend upon distinctions between what belongs inside their preferred image and what must remain outside it. Once destructive possibility has been assigned exclusively to criminals, enemies, or foreign systems, consciousness can preserve its innocence. The price is blindness to the conditions through which ordinary people become participants in evil. Jung considers this blindness more dangerous than acknowledged weakness. A person who knows that aggression, cruelty, cowardice, and submission belong to his possible responses, can watch for circumstances that activate them. Someone convinced of his harmlessness has no comparable defense. He encounters his darkness only after it has acquired a justification. Fear becomes prudence. Hatred becomes moral outrage. Violence becomes necessity. The shadow enters consciousness wearing the language of whatever the conscious personality considers good. This is why projection does more than falsify perception. It creates relationships. When unrecognized evil is transferred to an opponent, the fear secretly attached to one's own capacity for destruction travels with it. The opponent grows larger in imagination. His genuine faults become fused with qualities supplied by the observer, until his existence seems to confirm the projected image. The more threatening he appears, the more defensive aggression feels justified. The response gives him reasons for fear, and two psychological systems begin producing evidence for one another. At the level of nations, this mechanism can become self-sustaining. Political bodies identify evil with the opposing group because collective identity gains coherence from contrast. Yet every individual remains implicated in the larger organism. The political monster does not exist apart from the people whose fears, projections, loyalties, and unexamined shadows provide its psychic material. The individual who feels powerless before history can simultaneously serve as an invisible collaborator in the forces he claims merely to endure. Jung locates the possibility of a bridge at this uncomfortable point. It cannot begin with commanding the opponent to become reasonable, because projection is rarely visible to the person making it. Withdrawal requires self-criticism. Assumptions that feel absolutely correct must be compared with facts, while consciousness remains willing to discover that part of its certainty came from itself. This does not require abandoning judgment. It requires separating what belongs to the other from what has been added by fear, prejudice, and unconscious expectation. False self-criticism can serve ideology just as easily as moral certainty can. A state may demand correction while determining in advance what conclusions are permitted. Such criticism does not restore relationship. It isolates the individual by making inner judgment subordinate to collective doctrine. Jung sees atomization as useful to concentrated power. The more disconnected people become from one another, the easier it is for impersonal authority to become the primary structure holding them together. The same danger exists in freer societies. Public language can become saturated with ideals of solidarity, justice, and improvement while distance between people grows. Jung's suspicion falls upon the person making the idealistic demand. An ideal can conceal a private shadow as readily as an enemy can carry a collective one. Moral language becomes an alibi when it allows someone to leap over his own contradictions and devote himself to correcting others. The problem is perfection without counterweight. An ideal that refuses acknowledgement of the darkness beside it exceeds human reality and becomes unbelievable. Recognition of the shadow produces the opposite movement. It does not make evil acceptable. It makes perfection impossible, and from that impossibility, Jung discovers the psychological basis of relationship. Human beings need one another because they are limited, vulnerable, and dependent. Admitted imperfection creates a space where another person no longer has to stand beneath an idealized image. The shadow, once accepted, therefore changes more than self-knowledge. It changes the architecture of society. What begins as moral humility becomes, almost unexpectedly, a condition for social cohesion. The imperfection that binds. The recognition of the shadow changes the meaning of social responsibility because it removes the fantasy that human beings can be improved simply by surrounding them with correct ideals. Jung becomes suspicious whenever moral language grows too detached from the person speaking it. Calls for justice, peace, solidarity, and collective improvement may express genuine values, but they can also provide an elegant escape from self-examination. The individual becomes passionately concerned with what humanity should become, while remaining comparatively uninterested in the contradictions through which his own behavior enters humanity. The ideal expands precisely where self-knowledge contracts. This produces a peculiar moral inflation. The person identifies himself with principles whose perfection exceeds anything he could actually embody, then judges reality from the altitude those principles provide. Because the ideal appears unquestionably good, the psychological motives attached to it receive less scrutiny. Resentment can speak through justice. The desire for superiority can hide inside moral correction. Aggression can present itself as righteous defense. None of this invalidates the ideal itself. It reveals why Jung insists that the person carrying an ideal must remain part of the investigation. The shadow introduces the missing counterweight. Once the individual admits his own capacity for contradiction, the ideal can no longer function as evidence of personal innocence. He may still defend what he considers right, but he does so without imagining that agreement with a principle has transformed his entire nature. This reduction in moral grandiosity appears modest, yet Jung discovers something socially important inside it. The acknowledgement of imperfection makes relationship possible because it restores the individual to the human scale. A perfect person would have little psychological need for another. He could judge without dependence, advise without uncertainty, and preserve an image of self-sufficiency untouched by weakness. Real human beings live differently. Their limitations make them dependent upon patience, forgiveness, assistance, correction, affection, and recognition. Imperfection creates the openings through which relationships become necessary rather than decorative. The person who knows his weakness can encounter another person as a companion in limitation rather than merely as an object to improve. For Jung, this becomes the unexpected foundation of social cohesion. Society cannot be held together permanently by ideals alone, because ideals remain abstractions until they become relationships between concrete individuals. Political programs can demand solidarity, religious institutions can preach love, and moral systems can prescribe responsibility, but none of these guarantees the psychic bond they describe. The bond emerges through lived recognition of mutual dependence. It begins where the individual can no longer sustain the fantasy that his conscious virtues make him complete. This is why Jung approaches the Christian commandment of love from a psychological direction. Love of one's neighbor cannot remain credible if the neighbor is encountered only through an idealized image of what a person ought to be. Actual relationship requires contact with imperfection, both in the other and in oneself. The shadow therefore becomes strangely inseparable from love. What consciousness would prefer to remove from the human picture becomes part of the condition through which genuine connection acquires substance. The implication reaches directly into collective life. A society that refuses weakness can compensate through increasingly grand ideals, while the individuals beneath those ideals become more isolated. Public declarations of unity then coexist with private estrangement. The collective speaks more loudly about humanity because concrete human relationships have become thinner. Jung sees this contradiction as especially dangerous in mass society, where abstract concern for millions can exist beside remarkable indifference toward the person immediately present. The movement inward now reveals an unexpected political consequence. Self-knowledge does not withdraw the individual from society. It can restore the psychological condition without which society becomes merely an organized mass. By recognizing the shadow, the person relinquishes perfection. By relinquishing perfection, he rediscovers dependence. Through dependence, another human being becomes necessary again. The road toward collective cohesion therefore passes through something no collective program can manufacture. It passes through the admitted incompleteness of one individual before another. The psychology of human relationship. Once imperfection becomes the basis of relationship, Jung can return to the political problem from an entirely different direction. The mass state imagines cohesion through organization. Institutions, laws, ideologies, administrative systems, and collective goals bind large numbers of people into structures capable of coordinated action. Yet none of these arrangements necessarily creates the psychological bond that Jung considers essential. Organization can connect individuals functionally, while leaving them inwardly isolated. Indeed, the more completely a system assumes responsibility for human relationships, the easier it becomes for actual relationships to weaken beneath it. This is why Jung distinguishes between society as an abstraction and the concrete encounter between individuals. Society can be discussed statistically, governed administratively, and addressed rhetorically as though it were a single living entity. But psychologically, it exists only through persons relating to persons. The state may organize conditions under which those relationships occur, but it cannot substitute for them. A bureaucracy can distribute resources, establish protections, and regulate behavior. It cannot manufacture the experience through which one human being becomes personally significant to another. The distinction matters because mass organization tends toward atomization, even while speaking constantly about unity. Individuals become members, citizens, voters, workers, consumers, believers, or representatives of categories. Each designation has practical value, but each also abstracts from the singular personality. The person becomes legible to the system by becoming comparable with others. What cannot be standardized becomes harder to administer, and what cannot be administered easily appears secondary to the collective structure. Jung sees a paradox here that reaches beyond politics. The more intensely modern societies speak about humanity in general, the easier it can become to overlook the human being nearby. Concern expands outward toward enormous populations while immediate relationships grow thinner. The individual can profess devotion to universal principles without tolerating the imperfections of the person beside him. Abstract love of humanity becomes psychologically inexpensive because humanity never interrupts, disappoints, contradicts, or exposes the shadow in the way an actual person does. Concrete relationship is different. Another individual resists fantasy. He possesses needs that may conflict with one's own, weaknesses that provoke irritation, and qualities that activate unconscious reactions. To remain in relationship requires repeated confrontation with the limits of the conscious personality. The other person becomes an involuntary psychological mirror, revealing impatience, dependency, jealousy, fear, tenderness, resentment, and vulnerability that might remain invisible in isolation. Relationship, therefore, becomes one of the places where self-knowledge acquires consequences. This gives Jung's discussion of love a severity easily missed when the word is treated sentimentally. Love is not merely warmth directed toward another person. It requires recognition of the other's concrete existence beyond the projections placed upon him. The individual must gradually distinguish between the person standing before him and the psychic material through which that person has been perceived. Such differentiation is difficult precisely because projection initially feels objective. The observer believes he is responding to what the other is, not to something partly supplied by himself. Withdrawal of projection, therefore, changes the structure of encounter. The other person becomes less useful as a carrier of rejected qualities and more difficult to reduce to a symbolic role. Enemy, savior, inferior, betrayer, ideal partner, moral failure. These images may contain fragments of reality, but they also organize unconscious expectations. As those expectations become visible, relationship loses some of its dramatic certainty. What replaces it is less intoxicating, but more substantial. Two imperfect individuals begin to appear where psychological figures had previously stood. This movement has political significance because collective conflict depends heavily upon the opposite process. Mass identity simplifies persons into categories and then loads those categories with symbolic meaning. The enemy becomes the representative of evil. The ally becomes the representative of virtue. The individual disappears behind the function assigned to him. Projection therefore assists mass organization by reducing the complexity that genuine relationship would force consciousness to confront. A person known intimately becomes harder to treat as an abstraction. This does not abolish disagreement or guarantee moral understanding. It introduces psychological friction into simplification. The concrete human being exceeds the category meant to contain him. Jung's insistence upon individual relationship thus becomes quietly resistant to every system that requires people to perceive one another primarily through collective identities. The shadow remains central because the ability to sustain such relationship depends upon relinquishing perfection. Someone convinced of his own moral completeness will repeatedly encounter the other's flaws as evidence of inferiority. Someone who recognizes his own incompleteness has another possibility. Weakness in the other can be understood without automatically becoming contempt, because weakness has already been discovered within. The recognition does not remove judgment. It changes the psychological position from which judgment occurs. Jung finds here the practical significance of religious language that otherwise risks becoming abstract. The command to love one's neighbor acquires psychological reality only when the neighbor is encountered as he actually is, rather than as an ideal object worthy of love. This includes everything inconvenient about human proximity. Dependence, limitation, disagreement, and shadow cannot be removed from the relationship without removing the conditions that make the command meaningful. The same principle applies inwardly. The individual cannot relate honestly to another while maintaining a fictitious relationship with himself. If unwanted qualities are continually expelled from conscious identity, they will enter relationships through projection. The person will meet outside himself what he refuses to recognize within. Self-acceptance, in this precise sense, becomes socially consequential. It reduces the unconscious burden placed upon others. None of this implies passive acceptance of destructive behavior. Recognition of the shadow is not permission for the shadow to act without restraint. Jung's point is almost the reverse. What remains unconscious possesses greater autonomy, because consciousness cannot take responsibility for something it refuses to recognize. Bringing destructive possibility into awareness creates the possibility of choice, limitation, and moral differentiation. The person becomes more responsible precisely because he can no longer claim that certain motives are impossible for him. This is where self-knowledge begins to oppose mass psychology at its foundation. The mass offers innocence through identification. It tells the individual where goodness resides, where evil resides, and which collective position will protect him from ambiguity. Self-knowledge dismantles that arrangement. It reveals contradiction within the individual and forces him to carry tensions that ideology would prefer to distribute between opposing groups. The psychological burden is greater, but so is freedom. A person who can tolerate his own ambivalence has less need for an enemy to carry it. Someone capable of recognizing aggression within himself is less dependent upon narratives that make aggression exclusively foreign. Someone who knows his vulnerability has less need to compensate through fantasies of collective invulnerability. The consequence extends beyond individual morality. Jung suggests that genuine community depends upon precisely these psychologically differentiated persons. A mass becomes more manageable as individuality decreases. Community, by contrast, requires individuals capable of relationship. Its cohesion comes not merely from shared slogans or collective excitement, but from bonds strong enough to survive difference. This distinction explains why externally imposed unity remains fragile. Collective enthusiasm can create powerful feelings of belonging, but those feelings depend upon maintaining the conditions that generated them. A common enemy, shared fear, charismatic authority, or ideological promise can produce intense solidarity. Remove the emotional stimulus and the bond may weaken because individuals were connected primarily through the collective object rather than directly to one another. Personal relationship develops another kind of strength. It is slower, less spectacular, and impossible to reproduce through propaganda. Its symbolic importance lies precisely in its small scale. Against the enormous abstractions of modern politics, Jung places the encounter between imperfect individuals who know enough about themselves to stop demanding that another person carry their rejected darkness. The contrast is almost startling. Humanity has built institutions capable of organizing millions, technologies capable of connecting continents, and weapons capable of destroying cities. Yet the psychological foundation upon which its survival may depend remains intimate. One person recognizes his shadow. Projection weakens. Another person becomes less abstract. Relationship becomes possible. What looks insignificant beside the machinery of history may be the only level at which that machinery can actually be changed. The smallest unit of civilization. The movement from shadow to relationship changes the scale of Jung's argument. What began as an investigation of individual responsibility now becomes a question about the survival of social life itself. Modern societies possess powerful mechanisms for organization, yet organization is not identical with connection. A population can be administratively unified while psychologically fragmented. It can share institutions, slogans, enemies, and ideals while its members remain inwardly isolated. Jung's concern is that this isolation creates precisely the conditions in which collective power becomes most seductive. Mass society promises belonging by reducing the individual to categories that can be managed. The person becomes citizen, worker, voter, believer, consumer, or ideological representative. These identities make coordination possible, but they also encourage a form of perception in which singular personality disappears behind collective designation. Once that happens, relationship can be replaced by affiliation. People no longer need to know one another if the shared category already tells them who belongs, who threatens, and what each person is expected to represent. Against this enormous machinery, Jung places something small. He places the bond between two individuals. A real relationship exposes projection because the other person exceeds the image assigned to him. He disappoints expectations, reveals contradictions, resists roles, and forces the observer to revise assumptions. Proximity complicates certainty. The abstraction becomes a face, and the convenience of treating another human being as a carrier of collective meaning begins to weaken. This is why admitted imperfection has consequences beyond morality. The person who recognizes his own shadow becomes less dependent upon perfection in others and less susceptible to ideals that divide humanity into morally purified camps. He can judge wrongdoing, oppose injustice, and defend convictions. What changes is the fantasy of innocence from which those judgments are made. The enemy no longer carries the entire burden of darkness. Something has been withdrawn from the collective image and returned to the individual who projected it. Jung sees genuine love emerging within this difficult correction. Love does not mean approval, nor does it require blindness toward destructive behavior. It means that another person is encountered as a human reality rather than merely as an object inside one's psychological drama. This demands proximity to weakness. The neighbor becomes significant not because he fulfills an ideal, but because his limitation resembles the limitation discovered within oneself. Mutual imperfection creates dependence, and dependence creates the possibility of a bond that no abstract program can command into existence. The political implication is radical. A centralized system benefits when individuals are atomized because isolated people require external structures to provide identity and cohesion. Relationships operating independently of the collective create another source of meaning. Friendship, trust, responsibility, and loyalty establish bonds that cannot be administered from above. They return value to the singular person and therefore interrupt the logic through which the mass becomes the primary reality. Religious language acquires renewed psychological significance here. The command to love one's neighbor ceases to be a moral formula and becomes a demand to confront the actual person nearby, including everything about him that frustrates idealization. Such love requires self-knowledge because unconscious projection distorts the encounter. Without recognition of the shadow, the neighbor is burdened with qualities the individual cannot tolerate in himself. What appears as moral perception may be psychic displacement. The cultural struggle therefore occurs at a scale consciousness is trained to underestimate. Humanity imagines salvation through systems large enough to transform millions. Jung directs attention toward the opposite movement. The quality of the whole depends upon relationships that exist before the abstraction called society can possess psychological substance. If those relationships collapse, slogans of solidarity cannot replace them. If they deepen, the collective acquires a human foundation no institution can manufacture. The discovery is unsettling because it makes civilization depend upon something resistant to mass production. Psychological maturity cannot be legislated, distributed, or imposed. It emerges when individuals accept enough of their own incompleteness to meet one another without requiring projection to preserve innocence. In the modern world, the smallest social unit then becomes the place where the political danger is either reproduced or interrupted. History enters the room whenever two people decide whether to encounter each other as persons or symbols. The human foundation. Jung's argument ends by returning the crisis of civilization to a scale that modern consciousness instinctively distrusts. The decisive unit is not the state, the ideological movement, or humanity imagined as an abstraction. It is the individual capable of relationship. Collective structures remain necessary, but they cannot create the inward bond that gives society psychological substance. Where individuals become isolated, the mass grows stronger. Where genuine relationship survives, another form of cohesion appears, one that does not depend upon surrendering personality to collective identity. This conclusion gives self-knowledge an unexpectedly social meaning. The encounter with the shadow begins as a private humiliation because the individual discovers capacities that contradict his preferred moral image. Yet precisely this recognition reduces the need to locate darkness entirely in others. Projection can be withdrawn. The enemy becomes less mythological. The neighbor becomes more concrete. What seemed like an inward psychological task begins altering the invisible structure through which people meet one another. For Jung, imperfection is essential to this transformation. Human limitation creates dependence, and dependence makes relationship necessary. A person who imagines himself complete can remain enclosed within his ideals, judging others according to standards that protect his own innocence. The person who knows his weakness occupies a different position. He can recognize weakness without automatically converting it into inferiority, and he can receive another person's presence without demanding that it confirm an idealized image of humanity. This is where love acquires its psychological seriousness. It cannot remain an abstract affection for mankind, because mankind never stands directly before anyone. The neighbor does. The difficult person does. The imperfect individual whose existence activates irritation, judgment, tenderness, fear, and responsibility does. Relationship becomes real when these reactions are no longer attributed entirely to the other, when the observer accepts that part of what he encounters outside has emerged from within himself. The consequences reach back toward politics. No program can manufacture this recognition. No institution can compel genuine self-criticism, and no collective ideal can substitute for a bond between differentiated individuals. The state can organize society, but it cannot become the human relationship on which society ultimately depends. When it attempts to replace that relationship, individuals become more isolated even while collective unity appears to increase. Jung therefore leaves modern man with a reversal. The forces threatening civilization appear enormous: ideological systems, mass movements, technological power, and the possibility of destruction. The counterforce appears almost absurdly small. One individual becomes conscious of his shadow and meets another without requiring him to carry it. Yet this small event changes the foundation. The undiscovered self is no longer merely a private mystery. Its recognition becomes a condition for relationship, and relationship becomes a condition for a society that remains human. Civilization cannot become more conscious than the people through whom it exists. Every unexamined projection strengthens the anonymous collective, while every honest encounter restores responsibility to its source. The future Jung imagines, therefore, begins where mass thinking ends, inside the recognition of another person. Conclusion. The argument of the undiscovered self ends where it began, with the individual standing before forces that seem immeasurably larger than he is. The state still possesses its institutions. The mass still possesses the seduction of numbers. Technology still multiplies the consequences of human decisions, while ideological systems continue to offer identities strong enough to silence private uncertainty. Nothing in Jung's investigation makes these powers disappear. What changes is the place from which their power must finally be understood. The danger was never contained entirely in the structures surrounding man. It was also carried by the man who entered them. That recognition leaves no comfortable innocence behind. The individual can no longer imagine himself as the passive victim of history, while treating history as something created elsewhere. Every collective movement requires psychological participation. Every projection requires someone unwilling to recognize what has been placed upon another. Every system that demands surrender finds its opportunity in individuals who prefer certainty to contradiction. The machinery may be enormous, but its hidden mechanism remains intimate. Fear becomes conviction. Conviction becomes identification. Identification becomes obedience. What begins inside a person can eventually acquire the dimensions of a political world. Jung's answer is difficult precisely because it refuses the scale modern consciousness expects. He offers no perfected system capable of protecting humanity from itself. He does not imagine that education will abolish irrationality, that religion will automatically produce morality, or that reason will remain sovereign when instinct and fear are activated. Each apparent solution contains the same unresolved variable: the human being using it. A rational institution can become an instrument of irrational motives. A moral creed can conceal aggression. A movement devoted to freedom can reproduce the coercion it condemns when its members cannot recognize their own desire for power. The undiscovered self therefore returns as the decisive problem. It is not a hidden ideal personality, waiting beneath social conditioning to reveal some naturally virtuous core. It is the larger psychological reality that includes everything consciousness would prefer to exclude from its portrait. Instinct belongs there. Religious experience belongs there. Inherited symbolic patterns belong there. So do aggression, resentment, dependency, fear, and the capacity to project darkness onto another person. To approach the self is to discover that psychological wholeness cannot be built from flattering material alone. This makes self-knowledge an unsettling form of responsibility. The person who encounters his shadow loses the privilege of locating evil exclusively outside himself. He may still judge an enemy, resist oppression, defend institutions, and distinguish between political systems. But his judgment must now include knowledge of the judge. He must recognize how easily defense can become aggression, how quickly moral certainty can become self-exemption, and how readily collective belonging can transform another human being into a symbol. Something unexpected emerges from this humiliation. Once perfection is surrendered, relationship becomes possible. The individual who knows his incompleteness no longer needs another person merely to confirm his innocence. The neighbor can appear as a complicated human reality rather than a carrier of projected weakness or guilt. Dependence becomes visible. Responsibility becomes personal. Love, stripped of sentimentality, becomes the difficult recognition that another imperfect person possesses a reality that no category can exhaust. This is where Jung's political argument quietly changes its center. Civilization may be organized through governments, economies, armies, churches, and technologies, but its psychological foundation remains the encounter between individuals. If that encounter collapses into projection, the mass inherits another participant. If it becomes conscious relationship, collective power meets a limit it cannot manufacture for itself. The conclusion is therefore not an escape from the modern crisis. It is a return to its smallest and most consequential location. The future remains surrounded by systems of extraordinary power. But behind every system stands a psyche, and within every psyche lies a territory consciousness has not fully claimed. Jung leaves modern man there, before the uncomfortable discovery that the world he fears may continue to reproduce what he refuses to recognize within himself. The final struggle is neither private nor collective alone. It occurs at the point where inner recognition becomes conduct, where a person either carries his unconsciousness into history or begins to interrupt its repetition. The division from which history is made. The conclusion becomes more demanding once Jung's central reversal is taken seriously. The individual cannot be defended merely by opposing him to the mass, because the psychological conditions of mass-mindedness already exist within him. He carries the need for certainty that ideology can satisfy, the fear that projection can organize, and the unconscious contradictions that collective identity can temporarily silence. What threatens individuality from outside, therefore, finds its entrance through something unresolved inside. The political problem and the psychological problem are not parallel stories. They are the same conflict appearing at different scales. This is why self-knowledge occupies such an unusual position in Jung's argument. It is neither private contemplation nor the cultivation of a more attractive identity. The individual must discover how little the conscious personality actually contains of the forces governing his life. His intentions tell only part of the story. Beneath them lie instinctive tendencies, inherited patterns, emotional reactions, and rejected possibilities that continue acting whether or not consciousness grants them recognition. The ego experiences itself as the center, yet psychological reality repeatedly demonstrates that it is only one participant in a larger system. Modern civilization makes this discovery particularly difficult because its external successes reward the opposite assumption. Conscious intelligence has transformed nature, extended life, organized enormous populations, and produced technologies whose precision seems to confirm the sovereignty of rational thought. The world increasingly responds to deliberate intervention. It becomes tempting to imagine that the inner world should obey in the same way. Yet the psyche refuses such engineering. Fear cannot always be commanded away. Desire does not disappear because it is inconvenient. Aggression survives moral condemnation. Symbols retain emotional force long after their literal meanings have become doubtful. Religion enters this landscape as a question of psychological authority. Jung does not ask modern man simply to return to inherited belief, because a creed accepted collectively can reproduce the same dependence found in political ideology. What matters is whether the individual possesses an immediate relation to something capable of relativizing the ego and the state alike. Religious experience historically provided such a counterweight because it placed human authority beneath another order of meaning. When that experience disappears and only formulas remain, the individual becomes more exposed to worldly powers seeking absolute significance. The secular world does not abolish this need for ultimacy. It relocates it. Political doctrines can become vessels for hopes once carried by religion. Nations can acquire sacred destinies. Leaders can become symbolic figures onto whom collective longing is projected. Historical programs can promise redemption through a transformed future. Enemies can acquire the emotional character of absolute evil. Modern language may describe these commitments as rational, political, or scientific, while their intensity reveals psychological structures far older than the vocabulary through which they are expressed. Here the shadow becomes unavoidable. If consciousness identifies itself with reason, morality, freedom, or goodness, everything contradicting that identity must find another location. The unwanted quality is discovered in an opponent, and projection provides the individual with a convincing experience of moral clarity. The enemy may genuinely possess destructive qualities, but the projection adds something more. It makes those qualities appear foreign to the observer's own nature. The individual sees danger accurately enough to justify his judgment, yet incompletely enough to preserve his innocence. This incompleteness is what allows conflict to escalate while each side experiences itself as defensive. Aggression answers aggression, but each group gives its own aggression another name. Secrecy becomes prudence on one side and conspiracy on the other. Force becomes protection here and tyranny there. The opponents increasingly organize themselves in response to one another until resemblance grows beneath proclaimed difference. Each side becomes partly shaped by what it fears, while remaining convinced that only the enemy has changed. Jung's insistence upon the human capacity for evil, therefore, carries a practical purpose. The person who knows that destructive possibilities belong to his own psychological inheritance possesses at least the possibility of recognizing them before they acquire moral justification. The person convinced that he is constitutionally harmless has fewer defenses. His aggression must first become righteous before he can experience it consciously. His resentment requires an offender. His desire for domination requires a noble objective. Innocence becomes dangerous when it prevents the individual from recognizing the forms through which his shadow enters action. Yet acknowledging the shadow does not mean accepting every impulse as authentic or dissolving moral distinctions into ambiguity. Jung's argument moves in the opposite direction. Responsibility becomes possible only when the individual can recognize what requires responsibility. An unconscious tendency cannot be judged, restrained, or transformed while it remains assigned entirely to someone else. Self-knowledge enlarges the field of moral action because it includes motives consciousness would otherwise exclude from consideration. The result is a different image of psychological strength. Strength no longer means possessing an identity without contradiction. It means remaining conscious in the presence of contradiction. The individual can defend a conviction without imagining that conviction makes him pure. He can oppose another person without requiring that person to embody everything evil. He can participate in collective life without allowing the collective to answer every question of identity on his behalf. This is the foundation Jung requires before genuine relationship can appear. The individual must become imperfect in his own eyes before another imperfect person can become fully real. What seemed at first like a descent into private darkness is therefore preparing a social consequence. The shadow does not end the argument in isolation. Once recognized, it changes the conditions under which one human being can stand before another. The implications are enormous. A civilization cannot become psychologically mature through declarations made in its name. Its maturity exists only where people can bear the tension between conscious ideals and unconscious possibility without escaping into projection. Jung therefore brings the enormous drama of modern history back to an intimate threshold. Before society can become less divided, the individual must discover the division from which society is repeatedly made itself. The end of innocence. The recognition of the shadow changes the entire structure of Jung's argument because it removes the innocence on which collective conflict so often depends. Until this point, the individual could imagine himself as a conscious center threatened by forces outside him. The state could become oppressive, ideology could become fanatical, and the mass could overwhelm private judgment. Yet the deeper investigation has revealed that none of these powers operates without psychological participation. Collective danger finds its material in tendencies that already belong to human beings. This is why the catastrophes of modern history cannot be safely assigned to abnormal people inhabiting an abnormal moment. Totalitarian systems organized ordinary capacities for obedience, fear, resentment, projection, imitation, and submission to authority. They gave those tendencies symbols, institutions, enemies, and permission, but they did not create them from nothing. The disturbing continuity lies beneath political difference. A democratic society may restrain these possibilities through better institutions, yet its citizens do not possess another human nature. The shadow becomes especially dangerous when a community identifies itself completely with moral virtue. A society may sincerely value freedom, justice, reason, and peace while remaining capable of actions that contradict those ideals. The contradiction does not prove that the ideals are fraudulent. It reveals that conscious values do not exhaust the personality. When collective identity becomes inseparable from goodness, aggression must acquire another name. Domination becomes protection. Retaliation becomes necessity. Failure becomes the work of enemies. The ideal remains pure because the shadow has been displaced. Projection gives this displacement a visible target. The opponent may genuinely be dangerous, but the image attached to him begins carrying more than observable fact. He becomes the location of everything the observer cannot include within his own identity. Each side consequently experiences its aggression as defensive and the other side's defense as evidence of aggression. Fear answers fear. Secrecy answers secrecy. Weapons answer weapons. The adversaries gradually imitate one another while remaining convinced that resemblance exists only because the enemy forced it upon them. Modern technology gives this ancient pattern unprecedented consequences. Human beings have always possessed destructive impulses, but earlier societies lacked instruments capable of extending a moment of psychological imbalance across the planet. Scientific intelligence has transformed the scale of action without producing an equivalent transformation in self-knowledge. A person can understand the mechanics of destruction perfectly while remaining largely ignorant of the fear, prestige, rivalry, and projection influencing the decision to use power. This is why reason alone cannot provide Jung's solution. Rational calculation can demonstrate that mutual destruction would be catastrophic, yet the same rational mind can construct elaborate arguments explaining why escalation is necessary. Intelligence serves the whole personality, including motives consciousness does not recognize. Greater knowledge can therefore increase danger when it expands the means available to a psyche that still mistakes its conscious intentions for its complete nature. Self-criticism becomes the first interruption of this cycle. It does not require abandoning judgment or pretending that every conflict is symmetrical. It requires the individual to ask what belongs to the situation and what has been added by his own psychological position. The question is difficult because projection protects innocence. To withdraw it means accepting that qualities condemned outside may correspond to possibilities within. Nothing guarantees that this recognition will produce agreement. An opponent may still need to be resisted, and destructive behavior still requires judgment. What changes is the structure of resistance. The individual no longer needs absolute innocence in order to oppose, or absolute evil in order to identify danger. He becomes capable of carrying contradiction without immediately converting it into an enemy. That distinction matters because mass movements thrive on moral simplification. They become stronger when private ambiguity can be exchanged for collective certainty. A person who has recognized his own divided nature is harder to absorb into that transaction. He may still join a cause, but the cause can no longer promise purification through belonging. The end of innocence is therefore not the collapse of morality. It is the moment morality becomes psychologically serious. Goodness can no longer mean possessing no darkness. It must include knowledge of what darkness can become when it finds a righteous reason to act. The imperfection that makes relationship possible. The end of innocence creates a second problem. Once the individual recognizes that darkness cannot be assigned entirely to an enemy, he must discover what to do with the imperfection that returns to him. Jung does not imagine that the shadow can simply be removed, nor does he treat recognition as permission to obey every impulse that consciousness once rejected. The task is harder. The person must carry contradictory possibilities without allowing either moral idealism or instinctive reaction to claim the whole personality. This changes the meaning of self-knowledge. It is no longer a search for an explanation that makes the individual transparent to himself. Complete transparency would reproduce the fantasy of conscious mastery that Jung has already challenged. The psyche remains larger than the ego. Self-knowledge means developing enough familiarity with its tensions that unconscious material no longer enters life only through projection, symptom, emotional excess, or collective identification. The unknown does not disappear. Its authority becomes less absolute because a relationship with it has begun. Something socially important follows from this limitation. The individual who abandons the fantasy of perfection also abandons the fantasy of complete self-sufficiency. He discovers needs that no ideology can satisfy in the abstract. He requires correction because his perception is partial. He requires forgiveness because intention and effect can diverge. He requires patience because psychological change does not occur through declaration. Imperfection makes dependence visible, and dependence returns another human being to the center of the problem. Jung finds here a meaning of love that has little to do with sentimentality. Love of the neighbor becomes difficult precisely because the neighbor is concrete. Humanity in the abstract can be admired without resistance. A real person interrupts, disappoints, contradicts, and activates reactions the observer would rather attribute entirely to him. Relationship therefore becomes one of the places where the shadow reveals itself. The other person functions as a boundary against fantasy because his reality continually exceeds the image projected upon him. Withdrawal of projection does not produce perfect understanding. It produces a more honest distance between what belongs to the other and what has been supplied by the observer. The enemy can become less mythological without becoming harmless. The loved person can become less idealized without becoming less valuable. Judgment survives, but it no longer depends upon turning another person into a symbolic container for unconscious material. This dependence also places a limit on moral inflation. Ideals remain necessary, but they can no longer serve as proof that the person who speaks for them has transcended human contradiction. The more elevated the principle, the more its carrier must examine the motives gathered around it. Otherwise, justice can conceal resentment, solidarity can conceal conformity, and devotion to humanity can become a way of avoiding the person standing nearby. This is the point where Jung's apparently private psychology becomes a theory of social cohesion. A mass can be assembled through common fear, shared slogans, charismatic authority, or collective excitement. Such unity may be powerful, but its bond depends upon the object organizing it. Genuine community requires something slower. It requires individuals capable of remaining in relationship when difference cannot be dissolved into a common identity. The paradox is striking. Modern civilization searches for cohesion through larger systems, while Jung discovers its psychological foundation in admitted limitation. The individual becomes socially significant not when he rises above weakness, but when recognition of weakness makes relationship necessary. What appears as a reduction of personal grandeur becomes resistance to the atomization on which mass power depends. The shadow therefore leads somewhere unexpected. It begins as evidence that the individual is less innocent than he imagined. It ends by revealing why he cannot become human alone. Self-knowledge breaks the fantasy of purity, and the broken fantasy creates room for another person. The next question is whether a civilization organized around abstractions can still protect that room. The individual who can remain among others. The movement from self-knowledge toward relationship reveals the final difficulty in Jung's account of individual responsibility. Nor does he become whole by discovering a private truth that separates him permanently from others. Individuation has social consequences precisely because it changes the psychological terms on which another person is encountered. The individual becomes less dependent upon the mass when he becomes more capable of genuine relationship. This matters because collective identity grows most seductive when personal bonds have weakened. The isolated person can mistake participation for relationship, while the group offers belonging without requiring another individual in his full contradiction. This distinction separates community from mere aggregation. A crowd can produce enormous emotional intensity without creating intimacy between its members. Yet the bond often runs through the collective object rather than directly between individuals. Remove the leader, enemy, doctrine, or common excitement, and the apparent unity may reveal how little relationship existed underneath it. Personal relationship demands another kind of strength. It requires the individual to tolerate difference without immediately transforming difference into threat. The other person cannot remain a representative of a category because sustained contact exposes qualities that contradict the category. Projection becomes harder to maintain when reality repeatedly interferes with the image. It makes conflict more concrete, and therefore more difficult to convert into the symbolic struggle between absolute innocence and absolute guilt. Jung's emphasis on the individual consequently resists two opposite fantasies. One imagines salvation through collective organization, as though better structures could remove the contradictions carried by the people inhabiting them. The other imagines salvation through radical personal autonomy, as though the individual could become complete by separating himself from dependence. Both avoid relationship. One dissolves the person into the system. The other protects him from the vulnerability of needing anyone beyond himself. The undiscovered self points toward a more difficult position. The individual must become distinct enough to possess judgment, yet conscious enough of his incompleteness to remain connected. He must resist collective possession without converting independence into superiority. He must acknowledge his shadow without allowing darkness to define him. He must recognize projection without assuming that every judgment is false. Psychological maturity appears not as purity, but as the capacity to sustain these tensions without demanding that another person resolve them. This is why the encounter between individuals acquires such disproportionate importance. Every genuine relationship becomes a small resistance to abstraction. The person standing nearby cannot be reduced completely to citizen, enemy, believer, stranger, ally, or statistic. His singularity interrupts the categories through which mass consciousness operates. The result is not a program for social perfection. Jung distrusts perfection precisely because human beings remain psychologically divided. The goal is a society whose members are less unconscious of the forces they contribute to it. Such a society would still contain disagreement, aggression, competition, and conflict. What might change is the ease with which those forces could be projected, collectivized, and transformed into moral certainty. The individual, therefore, becomes politically significant in an unexpected way. His importance lies not in heroic power over history, but in refusing to supply history unconsciously with the material from which collective possession is made. Every projection withdrawn, every contradiction consciously carried, and every relationship preserved against abstraction reduces the territory available to the mass. Jung's conclusion is demanding, because there is no final institution to which this responsibility can be delegated. The work returns repeatedly to the same place. One psyche must become conscious enough to meet another without surrendering either difference or humanity. Only there does individuality cease to be isolation and become the foundation of community. The human scale of civilization. The argument now reaches beyond the individual without leaving him behind. Jung has spent the entire inquiry resisting the temptation to treat civilization as an entity with a psychological existence separate from the people who compose it. Society can be described statistically, the state can act institutionally, and history can appear to move through forces larger than any person. Yet every collective reality still depends upon individual minds that believe, fear, obey, resist, imitate, and project. The cultural crisis, therefore, remains inseparable from the quality of consciousness carried into the collective. This is why the scale of modern power matters so much. Human beings have acquired instruments capable of amplifying decisions beyond anything earlier civilizations possessed. Communication can transmit emotional images across populations almost instantly. Political organization can coordinate millions. Technology can transform private judgment into consequences extending far beyond the person who made it. The ancient psyche has entered machinery of extraordinary reach. What has not expanded at the same rate is the individual's knowledge of the psychological forces using that machinery. The imbalance gives Jung's argument its lasting severity. Civilization tends to measure progress through what can be built, discovered, administered, and controlled. Psychological development is less visible. There is no comparable instrument for measuring whether the person operating an advanced system has become more conscious of projection, aggression, fear, or the desire for domination. External sophistication can therefore coexist with inward primitiveness, and the contrast becomes increasingly dangerous as the effectiveness of human action grows. Mass culture intensifies the problem because collective images can now circulate independently of direct relationship. The individual encounters nations, movements, enemies, and communities through representations repeated until they acquire emotional familiarity. A symbolic figure can become psychologically more immediate than an actual neighbor. The result is a peculiar inversion. Humanity becomes increasingly visible, while individual human beings become easier to experience as abstractions. The medium expands contact without guaranteeing encounter. Against this tendency, Jung places the stubborn reality of personal relationship. A known individual complicates the symbolic image assigned to him. He possesses contradictions that resist slogans, motives that cannot be reduced to categories, and weaknesses that resemble one's own. The encounter does not abolish political difference, but it introduces friction into the machinery of projection. Another person becomes harder to use as the complete carrier of darkness once his particular humanity has become psychologically real. This gives the command to love one's neighbor a cultural meaning far beyond private morality. The neighbor is precisely the person who cannot remain an abstraction. He stands close enough to expose irritation, dependence, disappointment, tenderness, and projection. To meet him requires more psychological work than professing concern for humanity, because the relationship continuously returns the observer to his own incompleteness. Love becomes a form of realism, an acknowledgement that neither person can be understood through the ideal images surrounding him. The symbolic movement of the undiscovered self therefore runs against the dominant movement of mass civilization. The mass turns persons into units and categories. Self-knowledge returns the category to the person. Projection converts inner contradiction into an external enemy. Recognition brings part of that contradiction home. Ideology promises cohesion through shared certainty. Relationship creates cohesion through the ability to remain connected without eliminating difference. Nothing about this movement is spectacular enough to compete visually with the powers Jung describes. That may be precisely why it matters. Modern consciousness has learned to recognize significance through scale, numbers, institutions, and visibility. Jung asks it to recognize another order of consequence. A civilization is altered whenever an individual becomes less available for unconscious collective participation. The cultural counterweight to mass-mindedness is therefore not another mass. It is the gradual creation of people capable of standing within collective life without disappearing psychologically into it. Their individuality does not remove them from society. It makes another kind of society imaginable, one held together not only by organization, but by relationships between persons who know that the darkness they fear in history also belongs to the human material from which history is made. At that point, the smallest encounter acquires historical weight, because civilization changes whenever one person refuses to make another carry what remains unrecognized within himself alone. The world within the individual. Jung's argument finally returns to the apparent disproportion with which it began. On one side stand governments, ideological systems, mass movements, technologies, weapons, and institutions capable of organizing millions of lives. On the other stands an individual, divided, only partly conscious of his motives, and vulnerable to forces he would prefer to locate elsewhere. Nothing about the comparison initially suggests equality, yet the entire investigation has shown why the smaller figure cannot be dismissed. Every collective power eventually requires a human psyche through which it can act. The undiscovered self is therefore not a private refuge from history. It is the unknown territory from which history repeatedly receives its human material. Fear becomes political when individuals carry it into collective life. Projection becomes historical when enough people recognize their shadow in the same enemy. The desire for certainty becomes institutional power when individuals surrender judgment to a system promising relief from contradiction. What appears outside on an enormous scale has often passed first through processes so intimate that they remain almost invisible. Self-knowledge cannot guarantee that these processes will disappear. Jung offers no psychological technique capable of removing aggression, dependence, rivalry, or the longing for collective certainty from human nature. His conclusion is more restrained and more demanding. What becomes conscious is no longer able to operate with quite the same innocence. The individual who recognizes his shadow may still act destructively, but he has lost one defense against responsibility. He can no longer claim that darkness belongs naturally to someone else. This recognition also changes what it means to stand alone. Individuality is not achieved by escaping relationship. The person becomes distinct so that relationship can become more real. Once he knows something of his own incompleteness, another person no longer needs to serve merely as confirmation, opponent, category, or symbolic container. The neighbor acquires weight precisely because neither person is complete. The political meaning of this event is easy to miss. Mass power depends upon abstraction, while relationship restores particularity. Ideology simplifies, while another human being complicates. Projection divides moral reality between opposing camps, while self-knowledge forces part of the division back inside the person who perceives it. None of these movements abolishes conflict. They make conflict less available to the fantasy of absolute innocence. Jung leaves modern civilization without the comfort of a system. Technical power will remain dangerous because human nature remains psychologically complex. Institutions will remain necessary because individuals remain limited. Religion, reason, and political freedom retain their value, but none can substitute for the individual encounter with the unconscious foundations from which belief and action emerge. The undiscovered self remains undiscovered because no collective answer can reveal it in advance. It appears only where one person accepts the burden of looking inward without abandoning the world outside. Civilization finally returns to that scale. Its future depends not on what humanity knows alone, but whether the human being who possesses that knowledge can recognize what, within himself, is preparing to use it.